15 years into a marriage, loud arguments often fade into a quiet, polite distance. Two people learn to navigate around each other. In homes like Marianne's, speaking in logistics rather than emotions. When daily routine replaces active romantic engagement, it creates a psychological vacuum. You share a roof, a schedule, and a life, yet the space between you can feel completely hollow. Seeking a brief physical escape from this heavy silence, Marianne retreats to the attic. Tucked away in a back corner, heavily buried under years of forgotten storage, she finally finds an old cedar chest. The exterior of the box tells a clear story of neglect. Its surface is scarred, gray, and thick with dust, looking entirely worn out by time. But when she reaches down and deliberately pulls upward, the heavy lid finally gives way. Instantly, the air fills with a rich, sharp scent. Inside, the cedar hasn't aged a day. The wood is a vibrant, pristine red, completely insulated from the years of neglect outside. A long-term partnership follows a similar physical timeline. The daily grind inevitably weathers the exterior, but when you do the work to open it up, the foundational warmth often remains intact and protected just beneath the surface. Friction also takes louder forms. For Chloe and Nicholas, the air in the room is thick with the immediate heavy tension that follows a heated argument. Quiet distance has been replaced by a clash of stubbornness. Both sides have dug their heels in, refusing to yield a single inch of ground. Needing a physical outlet to channel her frustration, Chloe sits down at her wooden weaving loom. This diagram shows the mechanics of the loom, starting with the vertical threads. To create any fabric at all, these lines must be pulled completely taut, holding immense, rigid tension without giving an inch. But watch what happens with the horizontal yarn. It has to do the exact opposite. It physically bends, adapting its path to navigate through the rigid vertical gaps. It is the direct friction between that rigid tension and yielding flexibility that locks the threads in place. Together, they bind into a solid, unified piece of fabric. If the horizontal threads refuse to bend and instead try to hold the same rigid tension as the vertical ones, the structure fails. The material pulls itself apart. This balance of forces is what sustains a partnership. It requires the intuition to know when to hold a firm vertical boundary and when to soften, bend, and navigate the tension in the room. A third type of friction occurs when the struggle belongs to only one person. Joanna is navigating an overwhelming silent personal crisis, and Arthur watches her, desperate to fix it. When a partner is in emotional pain, our own discomfort makes us want to forcefully problem-solve their situation. We try to clear the obstacles away, simply so we can stop feeling helpless. Driven by this urge, Arthur steps outside into a violent winter blizzard, forcefully throwing snow to clear a physical path to Joanna's art studio. The physical exertion is entirely futile. The moment his shovel scrapes the ground, the relentless wind drives a new layer of snow right back over the path he cleared. Standing freezing in the dark, he realizes he lacks the power to overpower the environment. He cannot conquer the winter storm around him, just as he cannot conquer the emotional storm inside her. He retreats inside the cabin, setting down his shovel for a smaller, passive act. He builds a fire and quietly tends to the warmth. The attempt to dig someone out of their own struggle eventually hits this wall. True endurance means providing a warm, patient, and safe environment where they can sit while they weather. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale morning sunlight. The quiet of the kitchen is broken only by the soft, rhythmic scrape of wood against ceramic and the heavy smell of fresh cream warming in the air. Grace and Thomas stand side by side at the counter. They do not need to speak to find their rhythm. Grace turns the heavy bowl, and Thomas presses the wooden paddle deep into the pale, churning butter. It is a slow, steady exchange of weight and breath. The wooden paddle they use is an object of simple beauty. Its edges are rounded and perfectly smooth, the handle polished down to a soft, frictionless sheen. It was not always this way. When it was first carved, the wood was pale, rigid, and prone to splintering. It felt stiff and awkward in their hands, catching and scraping clumsily against the sides of the bowl. But wood responds to time. It took thousands of mornings and countless shared touches, for the oils of their hands to soak deep into the grain, gradually softening the rigid surface until it yielded to their grip. It is much like the quiet dance they perform now. The morning routine that once required deliberate thought and active negotiation has, over the decades, settled into an effortless, graceful motion. They built this ease slowly. Lasting devotion requires exactly this kind of patience, the willingness to apply gentle hands, day after day, until the sharp, rough edges of two separate lives wear down into a single, seamless fit. The light shifts. The bright morning gives way to a slow, heavy afternoon rainstorm. Thick drops of water drum against the glass, washing over the garden in endless gray sheets. Inside, Clara and James sit together by the window. The air is warm and still. They watch the storm fall, entirely undisturbed by the dreary weather sweeping through the trees outside. Down in the yard, rain pools in the dark earth, turning the path into a hazard. Yet at the base of the door, a massive stone step remains, holding completely firm as mud washes away. It refuses to sink. James carried that stone from the far edge of the property nearly 30 years ago. He dug a deep hollow in wet earth and set the heavy granite securely in place, determined to solve the problem of a flooded, muddy walkway. That single piece of rock has endured every extreme the seasons could offer. It has baked under scorching summer suns, and it has carried the freezing weight of thick winter ice, never once cracking under pressure. It simply remains. Whenever the surrounding ground becomes treacherous, that stone offers a clean, solid place to safely rest your feet before stepping inside. A long partnership serves the exact same purpose. When the external weather of life turns unpredictable and the ground feels ready to give way, a shared bond acts as an unyielding stone beneath you, a safe landing place that simply will not move. The rain fades into night. The house grows quiet, leaving only the low, golden glow of a dying fire in the hearth to illuminate the dark room. Iris sits peacefully in her armchair, watching the embers pulse. Behind her, Luke steps softly into the room. With a slow, deliberate motion, he drapes a heavy woolen shawl gently over her shoulders. The fabric settles with a comforting, familiar weight. The thick, textured threads are woven tightly together, catching the warm, dim, ambient light of the fire in their complex pattern. The shawl acts as an absolute barrier. In an instant, the cold night drafts that creep through the floorboards of the old house are shut out entirely. Iris is enveloped in a pocket of deep, undisturbed warmth. Neither of them speaks. There is no need to ask if she is cold, or to offer a word of thanks. After a lifetime spent studying the subtle shifts of the other's posture, spoken language is completely unnecessary here. To be completely known, to be seen without having to explain yourself, and to be protected by someone who has simply stayed by your side, this brings a profound internal peace. Over the decades, a shared life weaves its own heavy blanket. It wraps around you quietly, offering a lasting, impenetrable comfort that keeps you safe and warm through the long winter of life. Golden bands, casting slow-moving shadows as the day begins to quiet down. Here, resting in the light, is an old, heavy pastry board. You can trace the worn grain of the wood, smoothed by years of use, now covered in a fine, powdery dusting of white flour. Emma and James stand side by side. The kitchen is perfect. Their focus rests entirely on the rhythmic, synchronized motion of their hands as they work the dough together. There is a precise, calming mechanics to this work, a deliberate push forward with the heel of the palm, a soft fold of the dough back onto itself, and a gentle quarter turn. There is no rush. There is no tension in their shoulders. Beneath their hands, the physical resistance of the flour and water begins to give way. What started as a loose, shaggy mixture slowly transforms, stretching and smoothing out into a firm, elastic sphere. This transformation requires time. The ingredients cannot be forced into shape by sudden, heavy strikes. They yield only to a slow, sustained physical connection. Finally, they cover the smooth dough with a damp cloth and step back. They leave it alone on the counter, allowing the quiet, invisible processes of yeast and air to take over. Building a foundation of love requires this exact cadence. It asks for gentle hands, steady repetition, and the quiet patience to step away and let things rise naturally. The light shifts into dusk. Inside Chloe and Lucas's home, the bright colors of the day soften. The atmosphere grows darker, pulling inward as the noise of the outside world fades away entirely. On the counter sits a heavy, rustic clay mortar. Inside its bowl lie raw, contrasting ingredients: the stiff, pine-like sprigs of fresh rosemary, resting against the delicate, tiny leaves of thyme. To combine them requires a physical dialogue. Lucas rests his weight against the counter, steadying the heavy clay bowl with both hands, while Chloe takes a firm grip on the solid stone pestle. She begins a slow, circular grinding motion. The weight of the stone presses down, crushing the green leaves directly against the coarse, unyielding clay. This deliberate friction yields an immediate sensory release. The distinct essential oils of the rosemary and the thyme are forced from their leaves, filling the quiet kitchen with a deep, earthy aroma as they begin to mingle. The individual structures of the plants are breaking down. Through the steady, repeating pressure, they surrender their isolated shapes to combine their properties. This rich texture and layered scent cannot be replicated by the sharp, spinning blades of a machine. It emerges only through manual, shared effort, grounded in the passage of time. A lasting bond takes shape in this same way. Two different lives rely on the steady friction of small, daily efforts to soften their edges, blending slowly into a unified, sweeter whole. We move into the deep, still hours of the night. In the darkened living room, Sophia and Oliver rest closely together on a thick, plush rug, wrapped in heavy blankets. Outside, a cold, unseen wind brushes against the window panes. But inside the room, there is an absolute stillness, anchored by a heavy, radiating warmth. Standing solidly between the open hearth and the living space is an antique brass fireplace fender. It is heavy, forged from thick metal, resting immovably on the stone floor. The roaring fire has burned down. What remains is a quiet bed of orange embers, pulsing slowly in the dark, breathing with a steady rhythm. The polished brass of the fender catches this soft light. It amplifies the embers, projecting a warm, steady glow outward, gently illuminating Sophia and Oliver where they lie. This heavy metal border serves a dual purpose. It invites the comforting heat to drift freely into the room, while acting as an unyielding barrier that safely traps stray sparks and ash. Protected behind this boundary, the physical tension of the day dissolves. The house and its inhabitants settle entirely, drifting safely toward sleep. True love builds this exact boundary against the outside world. It creates a space that keeps the bond deeply warm, providing a safe, quiet perimeter where a restless heart can finally sleep in peace. Light pours into the room, bright and clear. Thomas steps through the door carrying a handful of wildflowers, while Sophia waits at the counter, filling her favorite clay vase with fresh water. It is an entirely handmade object, and it shows. The shape leans just a fraction to the left, slightly lopsided, and the smooth glaze breaks across the surface, leaving uneven, rough patches of bare clay exposed. In the early days of a shared life, there is an intense pressure to hide these kinds of rough patches. We carry an anxious need to present a flawless front, constantly polishing our edges so the other person only sees perfection. But the vase on the counter rests firmly on its uneven base. The water doesn't leak, the stems are gathered and supported, held perfectly steady despite the structural quirks of the clay. Thomas comes up beside Sophia and rests his hand softly on her shoulder. For a long, quiet moment, they simply stand together, watching the morning sun illuminate the uneven texture of the pottery. The structure holds. A healthy bond doesn't require a flawless surface. It simply needs to be strong enough to carry what matters most, embracing the bumps and variations along the way. The day moves forward, the light softening as late afternoon settles over a warm kitchen. Alice and James sit close together, sharing slices from a freshly baked loaf of bread. Between them sits a heavy wooden breadboard. Its surface is a map of deep knife scratches, indented grooves, and the distinct physical evidence of long-term, daily use. These marks are the natural result of utility. When two people build a shared routine, there is an inevitable friction, the small, accumulating wear and tear of everyday stressors, minor disagreements, and the simple weight of time. The meal ends, and the maintenance begins. James washes the board gently in the sink, drying it completely. Then Alice pours a small amount of amber oil onto a cloth, rubbing it carefully into the dry, damaged grain. The wood drinks the moisture. As the oil sinks below the surface, the dry fibers expand, causing the deepest scratches to physically soften and the color of the board to turn rich and healthy once again. This quiet routine rebuilds the material. Emotional endurance works through the exact same mechanism. It is the small, uneventful, continuous acts of care that smooth out the day's friction and prepare the foundation for tomorrow. Wood requires moisture to heal its grooves. In the same way, the strength of a shared life relies on gentle, daily restoration to recover from the necessary wear of living. Hours later, the house falls silent. In the dark calm of the bedroom, attention naturally drifts to a single flickering candle resting quietly on the dresser. The air is cool, but Grace is completely insulated, resting securely under heavy, warm blankets. Beside the dresser, Liam picks up a small, weighty brass candle snuffer by its long handle. There is a temptation to simply blow a candle out, but that sudden rush of air is chaotic. It sends hot wax flying, creates a plume of sharp smoke, and leaves a lingering, bitter smell. It is an abrupt, messy end, much like leaving an argument unresolved before sleep. The snuffer provides a deliberate alternative. By placing the heavy brass bell over the flame, you create a controlled, isolated environment. Inside, the fire consumes the remaining oxygen. Without fresh air, the reaction starves itself, shrinking until it fades in silence, leaving no smoke behind. With the light gone, total darkness and quiet wash over the room. Liam slips into bed next to Grace, and they close their eyes, wrapped in the absolute safety of the night. True care means intentionally putting the day's heat to rest. It is the choice to cover worries gently, depriving them of air, and ensuring a peaceful, quiet end before finally drifting off to sleep. Side is steady, tracing quiet paths down the window pane of a dimly lit room. Inside, it is peaceful and still. Nora and Thomas sit close together at a heavy oak table, their attention resting entirely on the silent face of a broken antique clock. There is no rush here. With a small brass-handled screwdriver, Thomas carefully unfastens the delicate screws holding the wooden back casing in place. He lifts the panel away, exposing the intricate frozen brass world hidden inside. This diagram shows the mainspring, wound past its limit. Glowing stress points show where tight metal physically jams the surrounding gears. Thomas safely releases the pent-up tension. Watch the coils slowly expand and evenly space out. The stress points fade, freeing the gears to rotate. With the pressure relieved, they take a soft cloth to brush away years of collected dust from the tiny cogs. Slowly, they guide the relaxed spring back into its proper alignment, ensuring every piece sits comfortably in its designated groove. Thomas gives the brass pendulum a gentle nudge. A slow, steady tick-tock emerges, warm and rhythmic, filling the quiet space between them. When tension builds in a relationship, the resulting standstill looks a lot like that seized spring. It requires this exact kind of patience, a gentle, unhurried effort from both people to release the gathered pressure, allowing the natural, healthy rhythm of life to return. We leave the rain behind and step into the cool shade of a green forest in the early afternoon. Here, a shallow creek babbles over smooth pebbles. At the water's edge, Clara and James are building a small, arched footbridge. The work requires real, deliberate physical effort. They lift wide, flat river stones from the bank, feeling the rough, gray texture of the rock against their palms and the deep, grounding weight of the materials they carry. They move in tandem, guided by comfortable, unspoken cues. Together, they hoist the heavy stones, placing them one by one to form a curved path ascending toward the center of the creek. Looking at this structural diagram of the stone arch, we can see the physics at play. The final rock placed at the very top apex is called the keystone. As gravity pushes downward on this wedge-shaped center stone, it redirects that immense weight outward, pressing into the adjacent supporting stones. Notice the horizontal force arrows meeting in the center. The arch remains standing entirely through structural reliance. The opposing sides are leaning their entire weight into one another, using mutual, equal pressure to lock the bridge firmly into place and prevent a collapse. With the keystone set, Clara and James sit back on the grassy bank. They rest quietly side by side, watching the clear water flow smoothly beneath their stable, completed work. This architectural principle mirrors the mechanics of emotional endurance. True strength in a partnership doesn't come from trying to stand alone. It is found by leaning in, mutually bearing each other's heavy burdens to create a structure that can weather the years. The afternoon sun gives way to a deep purple twilight. We find Chloe and Oliver walking together, far out into the center of a sprawling, mature field of wild lavender. A gentle breeze moves across the landscape, causing the tall lavender stalks to gently sway in slow, sweeping waves. The cool evening air is heavy with the soothing, earthy scent of the blooming flowers. This vibrant landscape was once nothing but bare dirt. Long ago, the couple stood in an empty patch of soil, pressing tiny seeds into the earth, hoping they would take root. They endured the slow passage of time. They waited patiently as freezing winters froze the ground and scorching summers dried the soil. They watered the earth and let nature take its course, never attempting to force or rush the delicate process of growth. Now they walk slowly, fingers intertwined. Their hands are gently brushing over the soft tops of swaying purple stalks, silhouetted against the twilight sky. The active, difficult labor of planting and tending the fragile sprouts is entirely finished. What remains is a beautiful, self-sustaining sanctuary where they can simply exist and rest. Love, much like this lavender field, asks for a quiet and steady devotion. By weathering the harsh seasons together and offering steady, long-term care, we cultivate a permanent foundation of lasting peace. Nora and Owen stand together in a quiet garden, bathed in the soft, pale light of the early morning. Before them rests an old, weathered wooden shed. The air around them is perfectly still, carrying only the sharp, clean scent of fresh cedar. They hold a single new shingle between their hands. Beneath their fingertips, they can feel the rough, natural grain of the wood. Owen raises a small hammer. There is a slow, rhythmic sound, a gentle tapping, as he guides the shingle into its proper place. There is no rush. just the steady, unhurried cadence of wood against wood. This simple, repetitive motion settles over the garden. It creates a quiet, shared space between them, a moment defined by calm and a mutual sense of purpose. A safe shelter is never raised in a single day. Like the wood they are working with, a lasting bond requires time and presence to take shape. It is built deliberately, piece by piece. The foundation is laid through small, everyday choices, the quiet acts of choosing each other again and again. Over time, these small efforts accumulate. They form a barrier thick enough to keep the weather out, creating a space where two people can remain warm and dry. Sienna and Jacob sit closely at a heavy wooden table. The room is bathed in the warm, quiet glow of a late afternoon sun. Between them rests a small mound of earth and clay. It is cool and wet, a heavy, grounding presence against the warmth of the room. Moving in a quiet, coordinated rhythm, they bring their hands together. They press their thumbs downward, sinking into the soft center of the earth. They apply a gentle, unhurried pressure. Slowly, they push the clay outward, guiding the material to form the low, rising walls of a small bowl. When they pull their hands away, the finished pot sits quietly on the table. It is slightly uneven, an honest record of the specific fingers that shaped it. The bowl doesn't require absolute symmetry to hold what is placed inside it. It is unique to the hands that made it, reflecting the reality of their shared effort. These slight imbalances and variations are the very details that make the object and the life they are building genuine. There is a deep, abiding peace in this process, knowing that the life you are molding together is beautifully and entirely your own. Evening arrives, bringing the deep blue of twilight. Sophia and Arthur stand close together on a silent porch, illuminated only by a soft, warm yellow light. In Arthur's open palm rests a vintage brass keyring. The heavy, solid weight of it anchors him to the threshold. In the cool evening air, the metal is a reassuring touch against his skin. He guides the key into the door. There is a soft, satisfying mechanical click as the lock turns, echoing quietly in the night air. The door swings open, revealing the immediate, inviting glow of the hallway waiting just inside. There is no urgency here. The tension of the day dissolves, replaced by the profound physical relief of finally arriving. This weight in his hand is a silent certainty. It is the quiet permission to enter a space where they are always expected. The greatest gift one person can offer another is a true sanctuary, a quiet place where the mind can rest and the soul no longer has to search. In the right relationship, you will always have a safe place to rest. You simply open the door, step inside, and know that you are home. Rain against the window pane provides a steady, quiet rhythm for the afternoon. Inside, Luke and Alina sit on the floor, slowly working their way through an old wooden chest. Near the very bottom, beneath layers of folded fabric, Alina's hand brushes against the thick, leather-bound cover of an antique book. She opens the heavy cover. Lying flat against the yellowed parchment pages is a small bundle of dried lavender, pressed tightly and secured by a single loop of twine. Luke leans in, noting the fragile state of the flower. The stems are completely dry, and the petals look brittle to the touch, as if a sudden breath might turn them into dust. The vibrant, striking purple of its youth has faded into a muted, papery gray. The passing years have stripped away its bright exterior. Alina carefully lifts the bundle from the pages, bringing it to her face, and takes a slow, deep breath. The scent immediately fills the space between them. It no longer carries the sharp, grassy notes of a living plant. Instead, the aroma is quiet, earthy, and profoundly sweet. The bright, exciting colors of a new romance fade inevitably over time, but when care is taken to preserve that connection, the love matures into a steady, calming presence that easily outlasts the original bloom. Across town in a sunlit backyard, Jacob and Chloe are facing a different kind of quiet puzzle. In the center of the lawn sits an intricately carved stone sundial. Jacob looks at the blank stone surface in frustration. The day is entirely clear, yet the dial shows no shadow at all, leading him to conclude the antique mechanism is broken. Chloe steps back and looks past the stone. She points upward, directing Jacob's attention to the massive, sprawling canopy of the oak tree towering right above them. A sundial relies on precise geometry. To cast a shadow, unobstructed sunlight must strike the triangular gnomon. But as these leaves demonstrate, an overgrown canopy intercepts this light path. The shadow vanishes, even though the instrument remains perfectly intact. Realizing the issue, Jacob and Chloe spend the afternoon with ladders and shears, working together to selectively trim back the heaviest, lowest-hanging branches of the oak. As the final branch falls away, golden afternoon sun breaks through the newly cleared canopy, instantly casting a crisp, dark shadow across the dial's numerals. A relationship, like the sundial, requires the right environment to function. When things feel broken, the solution is often found simply by clearing away the external shadows to let the light back in. The afternoon sun eventually begins to sink, casting long shadows over Arthur and Grace as they walk along a winding, unfamiliar forest trail. To ensure they make it back before dark, Arthur reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a heavy brass compass. He opens the lid to find a cracked glass lens. Beneath it, the magnetic needle spins wildly in circles, refusing to settle on a direction. Arthur stops walking. A wave of anxiety washes over him as he realizes he has lost the ability to pinpoint true north, leaving them disoriented in the fading light. Grace notices his rising panic. She smiles, gently reaching out to close his fingers over the broken instrument and taking his hand in hers. She points out a simple reality. They don't need exact geographical coordinates right now. The well-worn dirt trail beneath their boots clearly leads back toward the edge of town. They agreed to put the compass away and slow their pace. They spend the rest of the journey listening to the wind in the pines, appreciating the walk itself rather than obsessing over the exact route. Navigating the future does not always require a perfect map. In moments of deep uncertainty, simply holding on to your partner and moving forward together is enough to find the way home. Elena rests the smooth, rounded belly of the clay jar in her lap. Beside her on the porch step, Lucas sits in comfortable silence, watching the fading afternoon light. The terracotta is cool against her warm skin, holding a grounded, earthly temperature. As she gently tilts the jar, a soft, dry rustle echoes from within, the tiny, weightless shifting of hundreds of sleeping seeds. Today was meant to be the day they turned the soil and scattered them into the ground, but together they made a different, quieter choice, to leave them exactly as they are. Their voices murmur low, blending with the evening breeze. They talk of how the soil still holds the winter's frost deep down, of the heavy rain expected tomorrow, and how there is no need to force the earth before it is ready. Inside the dark, quiet space of the jar, the seeds are safe. They demand nothing. They are entirely secure, just resting, waiting in the stillness for their proper time. Sitting shoulder to shoulder, a steady, unspoken trust settles between Elena and Lucas. In this shared pause, they are not rushing toward the next season, but simply existing contentedly in the current one. Deep devotion has no need for urgency. True growth gathers its strength slowly, and it is entirely safe to rest your weary mind, trusting that the future will bloom exactly when it is supposed to. The porch light casts a soft yellow glow as Thomas arrives at the door. It is late evening, and the quiet weight of a long, heavy day pulls at his shoulders. His boots are thick with mud, his movements slow and tired. Waiting for him, exactly where he needs it, is a simple wooden boot jack. Iris places it there every evening, a quiet, intentional anchor resting on the entryway rug. The oak is polished smooth by time. Its edges are worn, darkened by years of repeated use, holding the silent history of 1,000 returns home. Thomas steps onto the flat edge of the wood, wedging his heel into the U-shaped groove. He leans back, and with a soft, effortless pull, the heavy leather boot slides away. As his foot finds the soft, familiar comfort of the floor, the physical release is met by another kind of warmth. Iris steps softly into the hall, handing him a steaming mug of chamomile tea. He closes his eyes and lets out a long, deep sigh. With that single breath, the accumulated tension, the noise, and the grind of the hours past all dissolve into the quiet hallway. That humble piece of carved wood is a daily silent promise, a way of helping each other put down the armor of the day. Enduring love is built right here, in the quiet, uncelebrated rituals of evening. It is found in the continuous act of making the person you love feel a little lighter before they sleep. Dusk settles softly over the porch. The sky fades to deep violet, and the shadows stretch long and cool around Sophia and Arthur as they sit side by side in the gathering dark. Arthur rests an old brass lantern on the table between them. Inside the thick glass, a tiny flame struggles, sputtering low, casting only a weak, wavering glow against the metal. She does not push the lantern away or decide the light is lost. Instead, Sophia leans forward, unlatches the small wire clasp, and carefully swings the glass housing open. The faint light catches the warm, golden reflection of the polished brass. As the chamber opens, the rich, earthy, grounding scent of lamp oil drifts into the evening air. With precise, unhurried movements, she takes a small pair of iron scissors. She reaches inside and gently clips away the blackened, brittle edge of the fabric wick, clearing away what has already burned through. Arthur watches her hands move. In his quiet gaze, there is a profound, silent appreciation for the care she takes to mend what is worn, rather than letting it fade entirely. A match is struck. The new flame catches the fresh cloth smoothly, blooming bright and steady. It reaches up, filling the glass chamber with a rich, golden warmth that actively pushes back the creeping darkness. A dimming light is never something to fear. It is merely a gentle invitation, a reminder to pause, to breathe, to tend carefully to one another, and to let the flame renew. The light holds steady now, the shadows rest, and you too can rest. Let the warmth carry you, slowly, gently, all the way to sleep. Outside the walls of the garden, the world moves at an exhausting, relentless speed. But here, beneath the shade of an old oak tree, Lily and Jacob sit entirely still. They have stepped away from the noise, finding a quiet refuge where they don't have to keep rushing forward. Beneath them sits a weathered stone bench. It is dense, heavy, and completely unyielding, a solid block carved directly from the earth. When they first sat down, the surface was cool against their skin, but as the minutes pass, the dense material begins to absorb their shared body heat. Slowly, the cold stone warms, holding on to that temperature and radiating it back to them. This bench has rested in this exact spot for over a century. Storms have washed over it, seasons have changed, and the wind whips violently around it, yet the stone has never shifted an inch. Anchored by that immense weight, Lily and Jacob share a comfortable, undemanding silence. There is nothing to fix, nothing to figure out, and no need to fill the empty air with words. When everything in daily life feels temporary and in constant motion, a relationship requires a physical or emotional resting place that refuses to drift. We all need a point of gravity that refuses to move. A lasting partnership acts like this stone, a dependable base that stays put when the weather turns. It provides the rare permission to stop, a realization that sitting quietly together is as much a part of a bond as any forward progress. That stillness eventually gives way to the necessary work of upkeep. On the wooden planks of an old cabin porch, Maya and Isaac are engaged in the quiet, methodical labor of active maintenance. The air around them is filled with the sharp, deep wood scent of pine tar. It is an incredibly dense, sticky substance, pulling away from their tools in a slow, thick, heavy motion. They work in a steady, unspoken rhythm. Maya manages the heavy tin, keeping the liquid pooled, while Isaac wields the stiff bristle brush, dipping and guiding it along the timber. Isaac works the dark resin deep into the dry, pale wood. He presses the brush firmly, forcing the glossy tar into the small, jagged cracks that have opened up along the grain. They do this to seal out the rain. By filling these tiny gaps, the tar prevents moisture from seeping, protecting the timber's structural integrity. Even the strongest materials give way to time. Enduring bonds behave the same way, accumulating their own microscopic wear and tear over the years. A solid structure naturally dries out, shifts under pressure, and develops tiny hairline fractures. Applying care to these fractures doesn't turn back the clock. Instead, filling these vulnerabilities seals the foundation, stopping deeper erosion before it can compromise the whole. Recognizing and repairing these small fractures means the bond is being tended to. The healed cracks harden and set, becoming visible, permanent reinforcements in their shared history. Later that evening, Sarah and Oliver walk together along a dirt path. The trees rise tall on either side, casting heavy, isolating shadows that completely consume the forest around them. The absolute darkness leaves them with only one sensory anchor. Hanging from Oliver's hand is a soot-stained tin lantern. Through the smudged glass, a small, warm flame is visible, dancing gently inside its enclosure. The metal handle softly creaks with each step. The lantern swings in a steady, pendulum motion, matching the quiet rhythm of their boots against the gravel. It casts a strictly limited light, a small circle of visibility, barely illuminating the dirt beneath. It completely fails to pierce the tree line or reveal the horizon ahead. To stay within this tiny, moving radius of light, Sarah and Oliver hold hands. Their physical grip keeps them perfectly aligned, ensuring neither steps out of the glow and into the dark. In the woods at night, the imagination often tries to race ahead, searching for a destination that the darkness refuses to reveal. It is the weight of the unknown, the desire to see the final resolution while standing in the middle. Without a horizon, you must abandon mapping the entire route. Focus entirely on the ground required for your immediate next step. In a lasting partnership, It is late afternoon, and the only sound in the woods is the slow, steady hum of a quiet creek. Fiona and Clara are walking close together along the bank, letting the stillness wash over them. But beneath that quiet exterior, Fiona's mind is racing. For weeks, their days have followed an identical pattern: waking up, making coffee, commuting, and returning. She worries this predictable rhythm is a symptom of a relationship slowly losing its momentum, settling into a boring routine. She feels a sudden, sharp craving for chaos, an argument, a grand declaration, a sudden flood of emotion, some undeniable, dramatic proof that they still matter deeply to one another. They pause by the water to look at the thick, velvet green moss covering the smooth river stones. Fiona remembers a conversation with an elderly neighbor, a gardener who spent her life understanding how things grow in the shade. During a storm, a sudden deluge seems nourishing, but massive, fast-moving water physically strips the delicate growth away. As the water drops, we see the real engine of survival, a continuous, microscopic mist delivering moisture drop by drop, allowing moss to take root. Fiona realizes those identical mornings are not empty. Pouring 2 cups of tea, or the brief brushing of shoulders as Clara passes in the narrow hallway, these small daily interactions are the mist. A lasting connection rarely requires a grand dramatic deluge. It is built and protected by the quiet, nearly invisible accumulation of daily kindness. Miles away, the sky is darkening over a rocky ridge. A fierce weather system is pushing in, and Daniel watches the wind pick up as Marcus stares silently out the window. Marcus has been retreating inward since yesterday morning, plagued by self-doubt after a project he poured months of work into unexpectedly fell apart. Daniel feels a tightening in his chest. It is the acute, restless helplessness of watching someone you love struggle, accompanied by the urgent desire to step in, shield him, and actively fix the problem. Outside, a solitary pine tree takes the full, brutal force of the incoming storm. Its branches whip wildly, entirely exposed to the elements. Forest ecologists understand a counterintuitive reality about these storms. Trees do not grow resilient by having the wind blocked for them. This cross-section illustrates the hidden mechanics of survival. Beneath the soil, the tree sends a primary taproot downward, wedging into the solid granite bedrock. By reaching outward, those roots interlock with other systems, creating a wide, unbreakable anchor. Watching the tree hold its ground, Daniel takes a slow breath. He understands he must stop trying to fight the wind for Marcus, and instead become the unmovable ground beneath him. True support during a crisis is rarely about intervening to solve the problem. It is about offering the silent, steady root support of a constant presence, allowing the other person to safely weather their own storm. Later that evening, the storm has passed. Julian and Sophie sit close together in a dimly lit living room, watching the final flicker of logs in their fireplace. The room is perfectly quiet. Julian feels a sudden dread, worrying that this comfortable afterstate means the original, thrilling spark of their early days has finally died out. He reaches for the heavy iron tongs, acting on an impulse to throw more wood onto the grate, hoping to artificially recreate the bright, noisy chaos of a fresh fire. Sophie touches his wrist, stopping him. She leans forward and tells him to look past the dying yellow flames, pointing to the dense, pulsing bed of deep red coals lying undisturbed at the bottom. This chart maps the thermal output of a fire. Flames consume fuel rapidly, creating erratic heat spikes and steep drop-offs. The coals operate differently. They emit a consistent, dense, and long-lasting radiant heat that warms the room for hours. Julian sets the tongs down and leans back into the sofa. The heavy silence between them no longer feels like an absence of love, but a profound and deeply earned comfort. A quiet relationship is simply one that has settled into its coals. The loudest, brightest moments may have passed, but what remains is a steady, continuous warmth capable of lasting the night. Before any vessel can hold weight, it must be formed through a continuous, rhythmic motion. On a potter's wheel, a coarse lump of earth is transformed by the constant, guiding presence of human hands. The wet clay slips between the fingers, yielding to the pressure as it begins to rise. This formation is a delicate balance of moisture and friction. If the potter introduces too much water, the clay becomes saturated and loses the structural integrity needed to stand. If there is too little, the hands will catch and drag against the surface, warping the walls before they can find their shape. To find the center, the potter must master the physics of the spin. Centrifugal force creates a constant outward push, trying to throw the material off the wheel. This is perfectly countered by equal, steady inward pressure from the hands. But a single millimeter of imbalance at the base translates into a severe, visible wobble at the rim. The hands cannot force the clay into submission. Instead, they must stay firm, absorbing the flaw and gently guiding the mass back toward the center. As the wheel finally slows, the mechanical tension in the room releases. The finished shape of the pitcher emerges, a smooth, symmetrical form that only exists because of the sustained pressure that preceded it. This centering isn't a state you reach once, it is a constant, shared engagement. If the hands pull away too soon, the clay immediately succumbs to the force of the spin. The early stages of a partnership rely on that same tactile patience, a commitment from two people to keep their hands on the work, absorbing the inevitable wobbles and gently steering each other back toward a shared central axis whenever life pulls them away. In a sunlit, dusty barn, the focus shifts from soft clay to aged wood. A dried-out bucket sits on a workbench, its staves beginning to separate. Without maintenance, the gaps have grown wide enough to leak, rendering the tool useless. Repairing this structure begins with the rhythmic, sharp, metallic tap of a hammer. A loose iron hoop is driven back down the side of the bucket, a process of resetting the tension that holds the entire assembly together. The need for this work is driven by the cellular mechanics of the oak. During dry seasons, the fibers within the wood contract and shrink. As the volume of each board decreases, tiny gaps emerge, breaking the physical seal. A cooper's bucket relies on a specific engineering principle: strength through compression. The iron hoop pulls the wooden staves tightly together, exerting enough force to close the gaps left by the dry air, and forcing the individual pieces to act as a single unit. When water is finally added, the wood absorbs the moisture and swells. Because the iron ring refuses to give way, the expanding wood presses even harder against the metal. The result is a mutually reinforcing seal, where the presence of the water itself creates the pressure needed to keep the bucket watertight. The repair is complete. The air smells of damp oak and old iron, and the bucket holds its weight without a single drop escaping between the staves. Relationships function on a similar mechanical reality. They are not static objects, but systems of tension that react to the seasons. Strength isn't found in a bond that never feels the strain of distance, but in the active work of tightening the hoops, using the pressures of life to push the pieces closer together until the seal is restored. Outside, the conditions are hostile. A heavy snowfall is driven by a harsh winter wind that batters the exterior of a thick, aged oak door, searching for any weakness in the frame. Inside, the focus is on a single point of contact. The soft cloth moves back and forth in a slow, tactile rhythm, rubbing polish into a tarnished brass latch until the metal begins to gleam. Brass is a dense, heavy alloy. As the polishing continues, the cold mass of the latch slowly absorbs the heat of the room and the friction of the cloth, becoming warm to the touch. This transparent view shows the internal mechanics of a gravity drop latch. It is a simple, reliable system. The metal bar relies on precise geometric alignment to lift and fall into the strike plate. There are no complex springs to fail. Its function is dictated by its weight and its fit. When the door is closed, the sheer mass of these interlocking brass pieces creates a physical barrier. The weight of the metal holds the door against the strike plate, blocking the force of the wind as it presses against the exterior oak. Then there is the sound. A deep, metallic click echoes as the latch falls firmly into its resting place, instantly silencing the draft and the whistling of the wind. Firelight reflects off the polished brass, glowing against the dark wood of the door. With the latch engaged, the chaos of the storm is reduced to a silent view through the glass, leaving the space inside defined by its own warmth and a quiet, reliable stillness. A mature relationship acts as this kind of quiet shield. It is a bond built on the steady weight of shared years and careful maintenance. When it is cared for, it creates a harbor that doesn't just endure the cold, but effortlessly locks it out, keeping you exactly where you are meant to be. The afternoon light stretches across the floorboards of the quiet room. In the center, Nora and Liam sit patiently beside an antique wooden chair, enjoying the stillness. The chair has held its shape for decades, but time has a way of shifting things. Deep in the joint of the front leg, a single wooden peg has slowly worked itself loose. There is no urgency here, no risk of sudden collapse, just a quiet invitation for repair. Liam reaches out, wrapping his hands around the polished wood. His grip is steady and warm, holding the frame perfectly still. He provides the resistance needed for the work ahead. Nora begins to sand the loose peg, back and forth. The friction is a soft, rhythmic scrape, shedding years of old finish as fine wood dust falls through the air like snow in the sunlight. With the surface now smooth and raw, she carefully applies a single round drop of wood glue to the tip. It beads perfectly, catching the light for a brief moment before settling into the grain. Together, they gently guide the wooden peg back into the joint. It slides in tightly, the fit exact. Nora takes a soft cloth and wipes away the tiny crescent of excess glue that pools at the edge, leaving a clean, flawless seam. The antique chair stands tall once again. The quiet, deliberate work has returned the piece to its natural sturdiness, ready to bear weight once more. Keeping an object, or a home, steady often comes down to these moments of quiet maintenance. By noticing a small shift and taking the time to reinforce the joint, we ensure the frame remains reliable for the years of use yet to come. Outside, evening settles in. Rain begins a gentle, continuous tap against the window glass. Inside, the living room is bathed in the soft glow of lamplight, resting on the thick folds of a heavy woolen blanket. Maya and Isaac sit close, curled beneath its warmth. As they draw the heavy fabric up, they find a small frayed edge along the bottom hem. The thick gray yarn has slowly begun to unravel, thread by thread. Isaac reaches toward a wooden side table and retrieves a spool of fresh, bright blue yarn, along with a thick, silver darning needle. The preparation is unhurried, a familiar ritual. He threads the eye and begins the work. Pushing the heavy needle through the dense gray wool requires a firm, deliberate effort. The bright blue yarn follows, pulling through with a satisfying whisper. Maya takes the fabric, guiding the needle back through the next stitch. They pass the heavy wool between them, establishing a slow, comforting loop. Over, under, and through. Across the room, a fire crackles in the hearth. The dry, popping warmth of the wood contrasts perfectly with the cool, steady drum of the rain against the pane, wrapping the room in a deep sense of shelter. The blue thread sits firmly against the gray, binding the loose ends into a new, resilient border that reinforces the original weave. True comfort is woven over time, by finding the patience to mend what unravels and weaving new care into aging habits. We discover the quiet beauty of growing old together. The rain passes, leaving behind a cool, misty garden just before dusk. The air smells of wet pine and damp earth. A curving path of flat stepping stones guide the way through the deep grass. Near the end of the path, years of runoff have slowly washed away the dirt beneath one of the heavy stones. It shifts and wobbles, no longer firmly anchored to the ground below. Sophia and Leo kneel together in the wet grass. Leo grips the rough edges of the stone, feeling its immense physical weight and cool temperature, and carefully lifts it away from the earth. The hollow underneath is bare. Sophia reaches into a nearby bed, gathering handfuls of fresh, dark soil. She presses the rich earth into the empty space, feeling the grounding moisture against her skin. Methodically, her hands pat the wet earth down. She spreads it evenly across the hollow, pressing until the surface is perfectly smooth and level. The calming, deep scent of the soil rises into the cool twilight air. Slowly, they lower the heavy stone back into its rightful place. It settles into the new soil with a muffled, satisfying thud, instantly finding its grip in the earth. Sophia places her foot on the center of the stone, gradually shifting her weight onto it. It holds perfectly, solid, unmoving, a secure place to step. A lasting journey requires actively tending to the ground you share. When you take the time to fill in the hollows and level the path, you ensure that your footing remains steady, ready to walk forward and weather any season side by side. Fade audio to ambient garden sounds, faint crickets, dripping leaves, and gentle wind. Outside, the night is heavy with rain. The steady tap of water against thick glass fills the corners of the quiet room. Emma and Peter are nestled together in an oversized armchair. They aren't speaking. They are simply watching the storm trace slow, silver patterns in the dark. There is a deep comfort in the physical contrast. Inches away, the air is cold and restless. But inside this room, wrapped in thick blankets, everything is heavy, still, and perfectly warm. The patter of the storm against the glass begins to sync with the slow, even rise and fall of their breathing. The wooden frame is heavy, seated deep into the structure of the house. It has held this glass against the pressure of the wind for years, standing as the permanent line between the restlessness outside and the stillness of this room. This shared boundary gives them a vantage point. They can sit close to the sweeping weather of the external world, observing the chaos together without ever being touched by it. Love is a quiet, constructed space. It is a shelter that holds the cold at a distance, ensuring that no matter the weather, it remains safe and deeply warm on the inside. We drift away from the dark window, and the rain gives way to another soft sound. It is the whisper of fine white flour, drifting like snow onto a worn wooden counter. It is well past midnight. The rest of the house is asleep, but Sophia and Jack stand side by side in the gentle amber glow of their kitchen, preparing a loaf of bread for the morning. Their hands move in a familiar rhythm. Working together, they are gently pressing and folding, turning the dough, stretching it, and folding it again. Eventually, the motion stops. The heavy dough is shaped, covered with a thick, warm towel, and left alone to rest in the dark. Sophia and Jack take a seat at the table. The rich, earthy scent of yeast slowly fills the quiet air as they sit and wait, perfectly content in the silence. Under the weight of the towel, the dough begins the slow, invisible work of expanding. It is a transformation that relies entirely on the steady warmth of the kitchen and the absence of any hurry. You cannot force the process to move faster than it is meant to. A true connection requires these same conditions to grow: gentle warmth, steady care, and an immense amount of patience. Raw ingredients require hours of resting to become something that nourishes the body. In the same way, time and patience transform ordinary moments into a bond that sustains the soul. We leave the kitchen behind and settle in the dim, peaceful space of a nearby dining room. There, resting on a heavy oak table, a tiny antique salt cellar catches the remaining light along its smooth glass edge. Alice and George are sharing a very late, very quiet meal. There is a weightless ease between them, the kind of absolute peace that only comes from decades of sitting across from one another. George reaches across the table. As he does, the back of his hand softly brushes against Alice's. It is a brief, gentle contact that they barely register, yet deeply feel. He pinches the salt, and the tiny, sparkling white crystals tumble gently through the low light, dusting the food on his plate. It is an incredibly small action, an entirely ordinary moment, yet it holds a deep, unbothered stillness. There is a quiet science to this mineral. In nature, salt serves two very distinct purposes. It acts as a preservative, and it enhances flavor. A long, enduring love operates the exact same way. It acts as a preservative, carefully keeping our finest shared memories safe and intact as the years drift by. And just as a pinch of salt brings out the richness of a meal, that same love enhances our daily lives, drawing pure joy out of the simplest, quietest routines. Anchored by these preserving connections, there is nothing left to worry about. You are safe, you are deeply loved, and you are finally ready to rest. Sun filters through the canopy, casting long, quiet shadows across the forest floor. Sienna and Noah walk without a word, their boots sinking softly into a thick bed of brown pine needles. Sienna breaks the rhythm, taking several quicker strides ahead to trace the lines of the high branches against the open sky. Noah pauses a moment later to watch a quiet stir in the brush, letting the physical distance between them grow to a dozen paces. The gap widens and closes naturally, but their forward momentum along the trail never falters. Life together unfolds over a much longer path. Success is often measured by the ability to remain in perfect lockstep, matching every stride through every phase of a career or a decade. In this diagram, two independent dots navigate a single path. Partnership is a shared destination. These points move at variable speeds and occasionally drift apart, yet they converge at the exact same endpoint. Temporary distance poses no threat, as long as the direction of both lives remains aligned. The scent of old wood and wool fills a dim workshop. Clara sits at a large loom, while Eli stands nearby, quietly supplying fresh spools of thread. They maintain a steady, cooperative rhythm. The shuttle slides back and forth through the warp, accompanied by the low clatter of the wooden frame. Under too much tension, a single fibrous thread stretches and sharply snaps. There is no panic in the room. A broken thread is an expected pause in the work. Eli offers a small tool. Their hands meet over the wooden frame as they isolate the frayed ends, twisting them together into a tiny, precise knot. Two intertwined lives will always encounter friction. Snags and mistakes are built into the process. This diagram illustrates two parallel lines fraying and then reforming. Relational durability comes from the capacity for repair. Strength is measured by a shared willingness to stop, assess the wear, and tie the pieces back together. At the end of the day, a cold rain falls against a dark kitchen window. Inside, Elena and Oliver move through the warm light. The evening routine is utilitarian. Oliver fills a battered copper kettle with water and strikes a match to light the stove. They wait together in unspoken silence, listening to the low, steady rumble of the water slowly heating up. This ordinary routine provides the foundational bedrock of their life, prioritizing daily comfort over excitement. The kettle begins a soft whistle. As they pour the tea, rising steam warms their faces in the cool kitchen air. A roaring fire provides immediate heat, but eventually burns to ash. The steady warmth of a quiet kitchen persists. This graph contrasts two variables over time, a sharp spike that immediately drops to zero, and the low, steady. The kitchen is warm, smelling of cedar and slow simmering broth. Against the glass, a light rain taps a constant, soft rhythm that makes the room feel smaller and safer. An old wooden spoon rests across the rim of a cast-iron pot. Its grain is polished smooth by years of handling, the edges thinned by a decade of stirring. Sienna takes the handle and begins to move the soup in wide, unhurried circles. It is a slow, meditative motion, a routine she has performed so often that her hands know the weight of the broth by heart. Noah enters the kitchen with a soft step. He doesn't speak or ask what is for dinner. He simply moves into the space beside her, matching the quiet gravity of the room. He stops and rests his hand on her shoulder. The weight of his palm is steady and familiar, a silent acknowledgement of the evening. The air is still. There are no questions to answer or grievances to air. They stand together in the steam and the half-light, understanding the moment without needing a single word to define it. That single piece of wood has helped prepare 1,000 meals in this house. It has been held through seasons of celebration and nights of quiet exhaustion, a small, durable witness to their history. Feeding one another is a recurring mercy. In these small, wordless acts of care, the day's tensions are slowly undone, and the home becomes a place of recovery. The afternoon sun cuts across an empty room, throwing long amber shadows against the bare wooden floor. In the center of the room lies a heavy rolled rug. Its fibers are dense and tightly bound, pressing into the floorboards with its own significant weight. Maya leans her weight into the roll, trying to slide it across the room. Her hands find no purchase, and the rug remains exactly where it is, too cumbersome and too stubborn for one person to move. Lucas steps into the sunlight. He doesn't offer instructions. He simply kneels on the other side of the roll, his hands finding the edge of the textile. They look at each other, nod once, and lift. The impossible resistance vanishes as they move in unison, the weight distributed perfectly between them. With a final push, the rug unrolls. The colors spill across the wood, instantly softening the echoes of the room and turning the empty space into a soft, quiet sanctuary. When the burden is shared, the effort changes. What was an immovable weight becomes a foundation for the room, proving that the heaviest parts of life are meant to be carried together. The house has grown dark and perfectly still. Elena sits in a deep armchair, the only light coming from the low orange glow of the fading fire. She holds a small silver locket in her palm. It is cold to the touch, its polished surface catching the dim flicker of the hearth. With a gentle press, the locket clicks open. Inside, a tiny portrait of Oliver looks back at her, a captured moment from a much earlier chapter of their lives. She looks across the rug to the other side of the fire. Oliver is there, leaning into the light of a reading lamp, his attention fixed on the pages of a book. He senses her gaze and looks up. He doesn't say anything, but his expression softens into a knowing smile, a brief private connection that has survived decades of change. Elena snaps the locket shut. The small metallic sound marks the end of the day, bringing with it a profound sense of ease that settles over her like a heavy blanket. Outside the window, the wind moves through the bare trees, and the horizon has faded into a cold, deep blue. But in here, the shadows are warm and the fire is steady. This is the result of a life built on mutual trust, a certainty that follows you into the dark, providing a shelter that remains long after the lights go out. Outside, the evening is cold and soaked in rain, but inside, the house is perfectly still, holding its breath against the storm. Nora and Liam step through the front door. They bring the damp chill of the evening with them, their shoulders weighed down by the hours behind them. Liam unbuttons his waterlogged wool coat. The fabric has soaked up the rain, adding several pounds of dense, wet gravity to a garment that already felt heavy. The heavy wooden door swings shut, and the sharp sounds of the street are abruptly severed. The racing thoughts of the afternoon fade as the entryway becomes a quiet lock, sealing the warmth in and keeping the noise out. They lift their wet coats and hook them side by side onto an old wooden peg rack. The aged wood emits a soft, familiar groan as it takes on the sudden weight. This diagram shows how the peg rack manages the burden, redirecting the downward pull of the heavy wool. The force travels through the pegs into the internal wall studs. The wood yields, bowing slightly to absorb the tension without snapping. When the wall takes up that load, the person who is wearing the coat finally feels their shoulders drop. It is a secure place to deposit the day's weight, allowing the burden to be shared by the house itself. Hours pass. The house settles into the deep, motionless quiet of midnight. The residual stress of the afternoon has dissolved into the floorboards. James wakes with a sudden thirst. He slips out of bed and walks softly through the dark, his bare feet memorizing the path down the hallway. He reaches the kitchen counter. Resting in the shadows, exactly where it always sits, is a heavy clay water crock. There is a quiet relief in reaching into the dark and finding something exactly where it belongs. The mind anchors itself on this simple predictability. James places his hand against the clay. It is unexpectedly cool to the touch. He fills a small glass with crisp, clear water. This diagram shows how the clay chills the water through evaporative cooling. The unglazed material is porous, filled with microscopic holes. As moisture slowly moves outward to the surface of the clay and evaporates, it pulls thermal energy away from the water inside. This silent cooling process relies entirely on the steady, inherent properties of the earth itself. James takes a long sip, feeling immediate relief. Without a second thought, he places a second glass under the spout and fills it for Emma. He pads softly back to the bedroom and sets the glass on her nightstand. Emma doesn't wake, but her breathing shifts as she senses the gesture beside her in the dark. It's a small, recurring rhythm, a way to ensure that when she wakes, the thirst she didn't even know she had is already accounted for. In the deepest hour of the night, Lucas stands quietly in the dim hallway, holding a soft cloth. He presses the cloth against an old, tarnished brass wall sconce. With slow, rhythmic, circular motions, he begins to work the fabric over the metal. This illustration shows how polishing actually works. Brass naturally reacts with the air to build up a dull, tarnished barrier. The mild, steady friction of the cloth peels back that dark layer, exposing the pristine metal beneath it. Left alone, the environment guarantees the metal will eventually cloud over. The clarity is only maintained through this deliberate, recurring attention, stripping away the buildup before it can take hold. The brass catches a sliver of moonlight. Where the cloth has passed, the metal reflects a brilliant shine, looking as it did when first forged. Chloe steps silently into the hallway. She walks up to Lucas, standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the dark. She reaches out and turns the small switch at the base of the sconce. A bloom of warm, golden light pours from the fixture, pushing the heavy shadows down the hall. They stand together, looking at the glowing brass. Bathed in the soft, amber light, the narrow hallway feels warm and securely anchored. The glow reaches every corner of the hallway, casting long, steady shadows. The work is finished, the house is safe, and it is finally time to sleep. Imagine sitting on a quiet back porch at twilight. Maya and Liam are here, resting after a long day. But Maya is tense. Lately, they've been having small, everyday disagreements, and a quiet anxiety is creeping in, a fear that these tiny clashes mean their connection fails. She looks up at a motionless copper wind chime hanging from the rafters. In her mind, an ideal relationship looks exactly like this, perfectly still, entirely peaceful, without a single point of friction or noise. Then the evening air shifts. A sudden breeze rolls across the porch, and that perfect stillness is instantly broken as the chime begins to sway. The hollow metal tubes drift into one another. They bump and collide, but the result isn't a harsh, destructive crash. Instead, those gentle physical impacts create a soft, resonant melody. If we welded these individual tubes completely solid, the wind would simply pass by. They'd remain rigid and silent. But by hanging on independent strings, each piece has the freedom to move. That physical space allows them to beautifully respond to each other. The emotional space between Maya and Liam works the exact same way. Two people need room to breathe, to retain their individual shape, and to sway at their own natural rhythm. When those separate rhythms occasionally intersect, it isn't a sign of failure. Those small differences and gentle frictions are the exact interactions required to create a shared harmony. Out on a quiet, misty lake, Clara and James sit in a small wooden rowing boat. They are facing a different kind of exhaustion, the deep frustration of feeling entirely stuck, even while working incredibly hard. They are both rowing furiously, putting all their strength into the water, but because their strokes are completely out of sync, the boat is simply spinning in erratic circles rather than moving forward. It is a quiet realization that intense individual effort, no matter how well-intentioned, accomplishes nothing if it actively pushes against a partner's momentum. So they stop. They pull their heavy oars from the water, let the ripples on the lake settle into glass, and simply listen to the sound of each other's breathing. To move forward, they have to find a mutual pace. They shift their focus away from their own separate strength and concentrate on moving as a single, coordinated unit. They count the rhythm together. At the exact same moment, both sets of oars dip beneath the surface and pull back in unison. the water immediately yields to their shared rhythm. The small boat corrects its course, cutting a clean, straight line across the mist. If two people try carrying the entire burden alone, they only exhaust themselves spinning in circles. A true partnership relies on listening, matching pace, and coordinating your efforts to glide smoothly through the water together. In a sunlit herb garden, Elena and Oliver are preparing to lay a new brick path. Elena is mapping out the route with a tight sense of anxiety about the future. She wants to build a perfectly straight, predictable line, ensuring there are no surprises ahead. Oliver offers a different approach. He gently suggests laying the weathered bricks in a soft curve around an old pear tree, allowing the path to naturally weave its way past a sprawling lavender bush. A straight geometric line offers exactly one unchanging view. From the first step, you see the end, and nothing alters. But a winding path continuously shifts your angle, revealing hidden corners and new garden elements in stages. As Elena and Oliver walk their finished path, the anxiety of the unknown fades. They realize that the slight detours and unexpected turns make the stroll far more engaging than a simple, direct march to the finish line. That winding shape mirrors the timeline of growing old together. You can let go of the exhausting need to force a flawless, predictable trajectory. The full arc of a partnership draws on all these elements, accepting the space between you, finding a shared rhythm, and embracing the unpredictability. Love does not need to follow a perfectly straight line to be beautiful. The unexpected bends, the shifting perspectives, and the changing views are exactly what make the shared journey peaceful, rich, and deeply meaningful. Breathe in the cool, twilight air. Down here, near the earth, the scent is rich and dense, the unmistakable aroma of dark, damp soil, waiting to be shaped. Julian and Elena kneel side by side. Together, they lift the first heavy clay brick, their hands overlapping, and guide it until it sinks into place. The baked clay is coarse and dusty against their palms. Elena reaches around the edges, packing the loose dirt tightly against the sides until the brick sits perfectly still. It is a quiet, repetitive rhythm. Lift, place, press, and pack. Creating this path requires immense patience, laying down each step with deliberate care. Then the sky opens. A sudden, heavy rainstorm breaks over the garden, washing a fast, aggressive rush of water across the freshly laid path. But the rough edges of the clay grip the earth below. While the mud softens and water flows around it, the stone holds its ground. A shared life is built with this same deliberate pressure, one heavy, intentional placement at a time. The path only stays true because they did the work of setting the base before the weather turned. That established foundation provides a resilience that doesn't need to be shouted. Because they built this anchor together, they have a way to navigate the storm without losing their footing. Step inside from the damp air and let the warmth of the kitchen surround you. The room is filled with the deeply comforting scent of rising yeast and warm flour. Maya and Oliver stand shoulder to shoulder in their shared workspace. A fine white dusting of flour settles lightly across the wooden counter. In Maya's hands is an antique wooden rolling pin. Decades of continuous, patient use have worn the grain completely smooth, leaving a deeply polished shine across its surface. She begins the familiar motion. Back and forth, pressing and stretching the soft mound of dough outward in a steady, calming rhythm. Oliver steps in seamlessly, spooning a rich filling onto the center of the dough. There is a silent, practiced coordination in the way they move around each other. This simple wooden tool holds the memory of countless quiet evenings. It is a physical timeline, connecting the meals they have prepared in the past to the many more they will shape in the years to come. This is the quiet, recurring labor of the day. It is found in the reliability of the counter being cleared and the flour being spread over and over again. By showing up for these small things, they slowly smooth out the friction of life. It is the steady nourishment of these daily routines that keeps the connection from wearing thin. Later, the house falls entirely dark. The power has gone out, leaving only the sound of a cold wind howling against the window panes to fill the quiet room. Liam reaches into the blackness. A brief scrape echoes off the walls, and a single match bursts into a sudden bright flame. He carefully guides the small fire downward, transferring it to the wick of a white candle resting in a heavy brass holder on the small table. The old metal immediately catches the light. The polished curves of the brass reflect and amplify the deep orange glow, pushing the shadows back. This one small point of illumination is enough. It softens the intimidating dark, shrinking the vast, cold room into a warm, tightly contained sanctuary. Across the small table, Grace reaches out and rests her hand over his. Within this tiny circle of light, they find immediate physical and emotional safety. In this glow, the isolation of the dark vanishes. The brass creates a pocket of certainty where just moments ago there was only the unknown and the noise of the storm. That steady warmth remains the constant they rely on. It keeps them centered and safe, a shared point of clarity that stays even when the rest of the world goes dark.
Outside, the winter wind is relentless, rattling the window panes. But inside Lily and Jacob's living room, a newly built hearth pushes back the freezing air, filling the space with a quiet, steady warmth. Right at the edge of those roaring flames sits a single clay fire brick. The fire laps directly against its surface, yet the brick remains completely still, entirely unfazed by the intense heat. To understand why it can withstand this environment, we have to look at how it was made. This animated diagram shows the structure of raw clay. Before reaching a hearth, it's a collection of loose, disconnected particles. But when subjected to intense heat and pressure in a kiln, those particles compress, permanently locking into a rigid, unified grid. Because of that dense internal structure, the brick traps and stabilizes the warmth of the fire, holding steady while the freezing wind outside remains erratic and chaotic. Long after the flames die down, the brick will continue to absorb and radiate that heat for hours. It doesn't crack or shatter under the thermal stress. That early exposure to extreme conditions is what gives the brick its resilience. In the early stages of a long-term partnership, navigating intense challenges together acts exactly like that kiln. Working through early friction forces a bond to harden, creating a structure sound enough to protect the warmth inside from whatever cold exists on the outside. Across town, in a sunlit kitchen, Emma and Liam are preparing a meal. Resting on the counter is an old wooden mortar and pestle, its surface smooth and deeply worn from years of use. Breaking down rough herbs requires physical friction. It relies on a slow, continuous circular motion to crush leaves against wood. Mechanically, these two separate objects depend entirely on each other. The bowl acts as the containing vessel, keeping the material in place, while the pestle applies the necessary pressure. If they don't move in exact synchronization, the herbs simply slide around uncut. Through that repetitive, synchronized friction, the rough leaves are physically transformed, breaking down into a fine, fragrant spice. Look closely at the wood itself. Years of this daily, repetitive friction haven't damaged the tools. Instead, the action has permanently smoothed and shaped both the pestle and the bowl to fit each other's exact contours. This is the daily rhythm of a lasting partnership. Two distinct individuals don't suddenly become a functional, unified whole overnight. It requires the continuous, quiet effort of aligning routines and managing daily friction until both lives shape themselves to fit perfectly together. Later that evening, the sun has fully set. By his front door, Julian sits quietly in the dim light.
slowly polishing an aged, tarnished brass hook. This diagram shows the internal structure. Highlighting the dense copper and zinc alloy at the curve reveals immense tensile strength. Because of this density, the hook doesn't bend outward. Instead, it transfers physical weight downward from the curved lip, through the neck, into the wall bracket. With the metal polished, Julian lifts a heavy, glowing iron and glass lantern and slowly lowers it onto the small mount, illuminating the dark metal as it takes the full weight of the fixture. Once the lantern is set, the hook itself disappears back into the shadows. It remains completely stationary, yet its silent strength is the sole reason the heavy lantern stays elevated. From that elevated position, the light cuts a clear path through the darkness of the yard, providing Julian's wife, Clara, the exact visibility she needs to navigate the uneven stone path. In the later years of a relationship, true partnership often looks exactly like that small brass hook. It means choosing to be a steadfast, unbending support system in the dark, willing to silently take the weight, hold up the light, and guide the other safely home. It starts in the damp earth at the very edge of the yard. Nora and Owen didn't plant the wild mint they found growing there, but they noticed it, a tiny, pale green shoot pushing through the soil. Out in the open, a seedling like this is incredibly fragile. It's surrounded by fast-growing weeds that compete for sunlight, while a creeping white frost moves across the soil, threatening to freeze the delicate roots before they can anchor themselves. Keeping it alive requires a quiet, daily routine. Nora and Owen kneel in the dirt to pull away invasive roots and pour just enough water to nourish the plant without drowning it. The reward for that labor is immediate and tactile. When they brush against the mature leaves, the cool, sharp scent of mint fills the air, and the dark earth beneath it turns rich and loamy. In these first months together, the smallest oversight carries weight. A missed gesture or a moment of indifference acts like that frost, chilling a connection that hasn't yet found its strength in the soil. When a couple assumes the connection will simply take care of itself, it begins to fade. Without deliberate, quiet acts of attention every single day, the weeds of routine and complacency quickly choke out what they've started. Love thrives on this kind of specific, intentional work. It survives because two people offer it the gentle, daily care required to turn a chance discovery into deep, surviving roots. As those roots take hold, the work changes. Inside their home, Iris and Thomas stand before an old wooden loom, carefully stringing long, sturdy threads that, for now, remain entirely independent of one another. To turn them into something useful, the weaving has to begin. It's a mechanical, repetitive process. A wooden shuttle holding the horizontal yarn glides smoothly back and forth between them, crossing through the taut vertical threads. The process only works if they move together. If Thomas pulls his end of the thread too hard, the tension breaks and the entire fabric bunches up into an uneven knot. If Iris loses her patience and throws the shuttle too quickly, the friction catches and the delicate thread snaps in half completely. Eventually, they find their shared rhythm. The start and stop frustration gives way to a synchronized motion, guided by the steady, hypnotic clack-clack of the wooden machinery. Out of that rhythmic effort, a single unified object emerges. Hundreds of separate, fragile strings are now tightly bound together to create a thick, warm blanket. The coordination required to keep that shuttle moving is the same effort Iris and Thomas use to navigate their shared responsibilities and their common fatigue. They are no longer two people watching a plant grow. They are two people functioning as a single, complex machine. Building a lasting relationship is a deliberate act of weaving. It demands the patience to find a shared rhythm and the mutual trust that the slow pattern you are creating together will hold you both. Years later, the nature of the work shifts one final time. Out in the garden, Sophia and Leo are older now, physically carrying heavy, flat stones across the grass. The soil here is packed tight and stubborn. Placing these stones requires Sophia and Leo to clear the earth with heavy tools, lifting and hauling weight that tests their resolve and their strength. When a rock wobbles, they have to lift the heavy stone back out, meticulously pack extra dirt underneath the uneven edge, and press it down again until it sits perfectly level. Piece by piece, they construct a pathway. It is solid, immovable, and remains unaffected by the heavy rains and weathering that wash away the looser soil around it. This stone path represents the final, unyielding state of a matured partnership. The elements that once threatened the bond no longer have the power to move it. The garden has moved beyond the season of growth and the rhythm of the loom. Where there was once constant movement and adjustment, there is now a heavy, silent permanence. A true partnership is built stone by stone through difficult, deliberate effort over a lifetime. It leaves behind an unshakable foundation, giving both partners a safe, even path to walk on, side by side, for the rest of their lives.
The air in the small pottery studio is warm, thick with the earthy scent of dust and water. Amber light spills softly across the wooden floors, wrapping the room in a quiet glow. Nora and Liam sit close together, their hands completely coated in cool, wet gray slip. The liquid clay slides over their skin, heavy and smooth. Beneath their hands, the pottery wheel hums, a rapid, rhythmic whir that fills the quiet space, pulling their focus to the center of the spinning disc. Suddenly, the rhythm stutters. The wet clay catches an uneven groove, wobbling hard to one side. It slips off the center axis, the walls bowing outward, threatening to fold over and collapse completely. Instead of pulling away or pressing down with force, Liam slides his palms gently over Nora's. He applies no hard pressure, only a steady, soft enclosure around her wet hands. They slow their breathing, letting the rise and fall of their chests match the hum of the motor. Together, with quiet patience, they press inward, slowly coaxing the unstable clay back to the middle of the wheel. The wheel slows to a stop. Between their hands sits a mixing bowl, wide, deep, and carrying the slight, uneven ridges of the near collapse. It is beautifully imperfect. The earliest moments of a bond share this exact texture. It is the work of shaping something new, leaning into the sudden instability, and using soft patience to guide a messy, shared life back to its center. High in the open garden, a low breeze sweeps through the long grass. The sound is a quiet rustle, brushing past the heavy branches of ancient oaks. Beneath the shade of the largest tree, Oliver and Hazel sit resting on an aging wooden bench. They lean back in silence, watching the sunlight shift across the lawn. The bench itself carries a physical memory of the decades. The backrest is thick with peeling sea grain paint, flaking away to reveal gray, weathered wood underneath. Where Oliver and Hazel sit, the wood tells a different story. Deep, smooth grooves are pressed directly into the seat, polished completely bare by the thousands of evenings they have spent in this exact spot. This wood has baked in blistering August heat, drying until the timber cracked. It has swollen under the weight of heavy, driving summer rains. It has frozen stiff under layers of December snow, expanding and contracting year after year. The harsh environment has stripped away its original shine, leaving it permanently scarred. Yet beneath the battered surface, the thick oak joints remain completely rigid. It does not sway. It holds their weight exactly as it did the afternoon it was first placed here. Endurance in love requires this kind of weathering, a lasting bond absorbs the harsh seasons, shedding its pristine finish to become a familiar, deeply worn place of absolute rest. The night air is completely still. Beyond the steady, pulsing chirp of crickets, the deep forest is silent and swallowed in pitch-black shadow. Elena and Lucas walk side by side down an unseen dirt path, their shoulders brushing in the cold air. In Lucas's right hand hangs a small glass lantern. Inside, a single flame flickers, casting a soft, warm, amber glow against the dark glass. The light cannot pierce the dense tree line. It offers no view of the horizon, no clear picture of the distant destination, and no map of the deep woods around them. The glow extends only a few feet outward, revealing a tiny 3-foot circle of roots and dry earth directly ahead of their boots. Without hesitating, Elena slips her hand into his. They step forward into the surrounding dark, moving confidently along the invisible trail. Surrounded by the vast unknown, there is no fear. The quiet rhythm of their footsteps is grounded in absolute trust, moving in sync through the cold forest. To navigate a life together, you do not need to illuminate the entire journey. You only need to trust the person beside you, holding just enough light to take the very next step. Imagine Sienna and Jacob standing in a freezing room, their hands gripped around heavy, unlaid clay bricks. The air is sharp enough to bite, creating an immediate need to build a hearth from nothing but raw materials. A heavy metal trowel aggressively folds and mixes the thick, wet mortar across the rough, unyielding clay surface. This earliest stage of a relationship is defined by the messy, unpolished effort required to banish the cold of isolation. They work slowly to align the very first row of bricks, carefully wiping away the excess mortar before it sets. This blueprint shows how loose blocks shift when stress arrows bear down. Without a binding agent dispersing weight, separate elements can't hold the load. As mortar dries, the pieces fuse together. Now external pressure is neutralized across the entire base. A lasting bond builds a safe place to land, brick by patient brick, long before it provides any permanent warmth. Years later, we find Clara and Eli on a wooden porch that has been swallowed by a sprawling green vine. What began as a beautiful plant has grown wild, choking out the sunlight and wrapping the doors shut. The same shared growth that makes two lives healthy can eventually cause suffocation if the vines aren't actively managed. With careful precision, Eli snips the thick vine stem, allowing a single bright beam of sunlight to finally break back inside. Clara and Eli gently guide the remaining vines along a trellis, turning a chaotic wall into organized pathways. These circles track the space between individuals. As they overlap, red signals a lack of light, proving close bonds require breathing room. By pulling back to a balanced intersection, the red fades, allowing light into the shared center and the individual spheres. Love is a living system that needs this active pruning to give each person the space they need to breathe. Decades later, Thomas and Vera sit in quiet comfort, anchored by the heavy tick of an old clock. But beneath that steady rhythm, a subtle change emerges, the slow, metallic grinding of struggling gears. Even the most perfectly constructed bond will inevitably experience friction over long stretches of time. Thomas carefully opens the glass door, exposing the complex, aging machinery where tarnish and microscopic wear have begun to catch on the teeth. Vera silently hands him a small bottle of oil to address the tension. A single, viscous drop of amber oil falls and spreads slowly across the struggling teeth of the moving brass gear. This schematic tracks red friction zones pulsing at contact points. Endurance relies on these tiny, targeted applications of grace to stop gears grinding down. As liquid spreads, red zones dissolve, and the mechanism returns to a smooth, synchronized rhythm. True love is maintained by these quiet drops of kindness that keep the shared gears of a lifetime running. In a quiet corner of a forgotten garden, Julian and Clara pause. Rising from the soft earth in front of them is a massive, ancient stone archway, draped in centuries of green vines. Each block of stone in this structure carries an immense, crushing weight. To lift just one of them would require the effort of several people, yet here they hover in the air, perfectly still and serene. The span is locked into place by a single wedge-shaped block at the very top, the keystone. This cross-section reveals the physics. Gravity pushes down on isolated, straight pillars. Standing perfectly upright, they quickly succumb to the weight and collapse. But as the structures tilt inward, leaning into one another, the keystone redirects falling energy into stable structural compression. The force that should cause the stones to crash is exactly what holds them together. By leaning on one another, they create an incredibly strong, empty space beneath them, sturdy enough to shelter whoever stands inside. A structure that lasts is rarely built from two elements standing in rigid independence. Stability requires the courage to tilt off-center. A lasting connection thrives on mutual vulnerability, the act of leaning on someone else and letting them lean on you, building a shared, safe space. The garden fades into the crisp air of a cool autumn forest. Alina and Lucas walk together, their footsteps muffled by a layer of soft fallen needles. Resting in the frost is a small pine cone. It is locked entirely shut, a tight wooden fist bracing against the cold morning air. This cross-section illustration reveals the hidden architecture of that closure. The tightly packed geometric scales function as interlocking armor, a physical shield for the fragile seeds buried deep inside. If you were to try and force this cone open with your hands, prying at the scales to reach the center, you would only break the wood. It refuses to yield to physical pressure. When a person guards their heart, closing themselves off to the world, they are following a similar biological impulse. A closed-off heart is a natural defense mechanism, an attempt to survive an environment that feels harsh, cold, or unsafe. Now imagine taking that same pine cone out of the frost and setting it on a table in a quiet room, right beside a softly crackling fireplace. There is no rush in this room. Time passes gently. The air simply grows warmer, filling the space with a steady, enveloping comfort. As we watch this macro time-lapse, the biological response unfolds. The wood of the scales absorbs the ambient heat and physically begins to bend backward. The armor relaxes, opening up wide in the flickering firelight. The pine cone did not open because it was forced, pried, or pressured. It yielded entirely because its environment changed. Vulnerability cannot be coerced. The only way to reach the fragile spaces inside a partner is to provide a patient, unconditional warmth. When you create an environment that is undeniably safe, the defenses will naturally lower on their own, exactly when they are ready. We move now to a warm hardwood floor, bathed in afternoon light. Chloe and Marcus sit quietly, examining a small hand-carved wooden top. With a gentle, deliberate twist of his fingers, Marcus sets the top dancing perfectly straight across the floor. In this close-up, it spins so rapidly and flawlessly that it appears to have fallen asleep, looking entirely motionless. But that perfect upright posture is a physical illusion. The top is not still at all. It is being sustained by an intense, invisible reserve of kinetic energy. In this wireframe diagram, friction drains the rotational energy against the floor. The energy circles shrink. The vertical axis line tilts, and a new downward arrow takes over as gravity pulls the top toward the floor. This physical decay mirrors a quiet truth about human connection. The idea of a static, effortless, happily ever after is a myth.
Without fresh energy, every connection naturally begins to wobble as the momentum of romance fades. Returning to the room, the top begins to stutter against the wood, but Chloe doesn't let it fall. She simply reaches out, catches the stem, and gives it another gentle twist. By injecting a small burst of new energy into the system, she resets the mechanics of the object. The top instantly straightens up, casting off the wobble and recovering its smooth, upright rhythm on the floor. There is no panic when the spin begins to fail. There is only a quiet, practiced understanding of what the object needs. A lasting love is never a state of static perfection. It is a shared, lifelong rhythm. It is the gentle, daily practice of noticing when your connection begins to wobble, reaching out your hand, and providing the energy needed to keep each other standing tall. Tonight, we begin in a quiet garden. The air is cool, and the afternoon light is starting to fade. Nora stands beside Luke, watching him work. She is feeling the heavy weight of the future, wanting to know exactly where they are going. She longs for massive, instant promises to make her feel secure, while she watches him calmly setting a single, rough stone into place. She feels an overwhelming urge to rush. In her mind, she wants to pour a thick layer of liquid cement over the stones, locking the pieces together right now so they can never come apart. But Luke gently asks her to wait, pointing out how the stones actually work. We can see this in a simple diagram. Here is a cross-section of two walls. The first uses perfectly uniform blocks sealed by a solid layer of cement. The second shows irregular, jagged stones, laid carefully by hand so their natural shapes interlock without any artificial filler. This is the logic of a dry stone wall. Without rigid cement, the structure breathes. When the earth beneath it inevitably settles, or when downward pressure is applied, the solid cemented wall fractures. But the irregular stones subtly shift inward. They slide against one another, tightening the structure to adapt to the changing ground without breaking. That physical settling mirrors the slow process of two people learning to trust each other. You cannot pour a foundation of trust all at once. It happens incrementally, as different parts of your lives slowly learn how to rest against one another. Forcing deep commitment through hasty promises creates that rigid layer of cement. It holds the shape of a relationship together for a short while, but the moment the ground shifts, that rigidity makes the entire structure incredibly fragile. Genuine security takes patience. It requires letting small, quiet actions interlock day by day. A wall built overnight is meant to look good in the morning, but a wall built stone by stone is meant to last the winter. The air shifts now to a windy, gray beach. Toby walks along the shoreline, carrying an internal burden. He watches the water, thinking of his past mistakes, convinced that his old regrets leave him too damaged for anyone to love. Maya walks ahead, scanning the wet sand. She pauses, picks something up, and gently places it into Toby's open hand. It is a small piece of sea glass, perfectly smooth, softly colorful, and completely harmless to the touch. She reminds him of what that beautiful object used to be. Long before it washed up on the sand, it began as a sharp, dangerous shard of broken trash, left to the tide. Picture a jagged polygon tumbling in the water. Over years of constant motion, the friction of sand and salt steadily wears away the sharp, protruding vertices. Eventually, the harsh edges round out into a smooth, symmetrical shape. Those original, dangerous edges are like Toby's regrets. They are the perceived damage from his history, the parts of himself he is most afraid to share. The ocean does not fix the glass by hiding it. It simply holds it, turning it over and over. That continuous, gentle tumbling is the steady act of forgiveness and patience provided by someone who chooses to stay. Having a difficult history does not make a person unlovable. Enduring grace from a partner steadily smooths out those rough edges, turning old wounds into resilience and showing that time and care create their own kind of beauty. We settle into a freezing winter evening inside a quiet home. Chloe sits by the hearth, heavy frost clinging to the window panes.
Despite the shelter, she feels a lingering loneliness. Dan is in the next room, but he rarely uses sweet words or verbal affirmations to express how he feels. Dan speaks in different ways. He spent his afternoon fixing the strange noise in Chloe's car. He packed her lunch for tomorrow and spent the last hour ensuring the house stays warm through the dropping temperatures. Dan walks in and pulls a heavy, hand-knitted wool blanket over her shoulders. Chloe runs her fingers over the fabric. She notices its coarse, scratchy texture, so different from the soft, thin cotton sheets she usually prefers. To understand why this blanket works, we can look at the thermal dynamics of wool. This cross-section compares two fabrics. The soft, flat, tightly packed fibers allow body heat to easily escape. But the thick, coiled fibers of the wool behave differently. Their irregular shapes physically trap shared heat energy within microscopic air pockets. That coarse, imperfect wool is exactly like Dan's practical actions. His care lacks a soft, delicate delivery, but its density is highly effective. It is deeply protective, working constantly in the background to insulate them both. When we expect love to arrive in one specific recognizable form, like hearing the perfect words, we can accidentally blind ourselves to the actual warmth being wrapped around us in other ways. Keeping a relationship secure means learning to feel a partner's unique style of care. Often, the quiet, steady actions are what hold the heat, keeping us cozy and safe through the longest nights. The early hours of the morning carry a distinct kind of quiet. Alice stands by the kitchen window, watching the soft sunlight spill across the floor, catching slow-moving dust motes in the still air. Resting on the center of the table is an old wooden butter mold. Its edges are smoothed and rounded, softened by decades of hands holding it in this exact spot. Jack steps into the kitchen, his movements quiet and familiar. They don't need to speak to navigate this morning routine. They simply move through the space together, a slow dance of pouring coffee and opening cabinets. When Alice presses the cream into the mold, the wood requires no force. It relies entirely on gentle, steady pressure, coaxing the butter to fill the intricate carvings without rushing the process. Before the day begins in earnest, before the restless energy of the outside world takes hold, this small, heavy object provides a sense of grounding. It is a safe, enclosed space for something unformed to find its structure. The secret to the mold is patience. The wood must hold the shape in absolute stillness, allowing the temperature to drop, giving the butter the time it needs to set. Finally, the wooden shell is lifted away. What remains is a perfectly formed block, its delicate pattern born entirely from that quiet, undisturbed waiting period. Love operates much like this simple wooden vessel. It asks for a safe container and gentle pressure, allowing two people to take their true shape naturally, with absolute patience. As the morning stretches into the fading light of afternoon, the energy in the kitchen shifts. Maya traces her fingers over an unglazed clay cookie stamp, feeling the deep geometric grooves of the pattern resting on the wooden board. The clay carries a surprising, satisfying weight. Its surface is cool to the touch, grounding her focus before she even begins to work the dough. Across the counter, Oliver prepares the baking sheets. He watches Maya as she works, studying the cadence of her hands, learning the subtle rhythms of how she moves when she is entirely at peace. She takes the heavy stamp, aligning it over a mound of soft dough, and presses it firmly downward. The motion is deliberate and precise. In a single fluid motion, the clay effortlessly transfers its complex design. A brief moment of contact leaves behind a crisp, perfect impression in the soft surface. Oliver steps in exactly when needed, sliding the finished pieces onto the tray. His quiet observation of these methodical steps allows him to anticipate what she needs next, without a single word passing between them. The physical press lasts only a second, yet the beautiful mark it leaves behind is baked into permanence, holding its shape long after the clay is put away. To love someone is to leave a gentle, lasting mark on their life.
By paying close attention to the small, quiet details of another person, we build memories that hold their shape forever. The day folds into the deep, quiet evening. The room is bathed in the warm, flickering orange glow of a dying fireplace. Elena and Thomas sit close together on the sofa. The house is completely still, insulated from the dark, cold night outside the heavy window panes. Thomas leans forward, holding a small brass coal shovel. The cool, solid weight of the metal in his hand sits in stark contrast to the intense, radiating heat of the hearth. Brass possesses a unique resilience. It can endure direct, intense heat over decades of winters without ever melting, warping, or losing its steadfast form. He reaches into the bucket, scooping fresh coal to feed the fading embers. It is a slow, deliberate, and entirely unglamorous task. A wild, roaring fire is chaotic and quickly burns itself out, but this carefully managed warmth is steady, reliable, and deeply comforting. This simple, repeating act of maintenance pushes back the cold of the dark room, wrapping them both in an immense sense of safety as the night deepens. A lasting connection does not need to roar. It is a quiet fire that asks for steady, patient care, built by two people always willing to pick up the shovel to maintain the warmth.
Step inside the old tower. The heavy oak door closes with a muffled thud, sealing away the noise and the rush of the outside world. Here, the air is still, thick with the scent of aged wood and cooling brass, all bathed in the thick, honeyed light of the setting sun. Liam is already at work, standing before a massive assembly of gears. He moves with a slow, deliberate focus, drawing a soft cloth over the surface of a brass wheel. His steady strokes follow the curve of the metal, clearing away the day's dust with quiet, unhurried precision. Nearby, Chloe works in the same measured cadence. She holds a small oiler, placing single, clear droplets onto the heavy pendulum's pivot point. Her movements are a perfect mirror to the pendulum's swing, calm, rhythmic, and entirely at ease. They work in the kind of silence that doesn't need to be filled. There are no questions to answer, no deadlines to meet. They simply share the golden space, moving in a synchronized, wordless dance among the gears. This machine is a complex web of dependencies. The smallest pin and the heaviest weight have to find a perfect mutual understanding for the clock to keep its time. If one part is forced or out of step, the whole system falters. Listen to the sound as the mechanism settles. The deep, metallic ticks begin to space out, losing their sharp edge. The rhythm slows, deepening into a steady thrum that feels less like a machine and more like a calm, resting heartbeat. It takes a gentle touch to bring two separate movements into one single, steady pulse. When the pressure is removed and the timing is right, the gears mesh without a sound, finally finding their natural, shared alignment. We move now into a smaller, more secluded space. You are resting in a quiet room, where the only light comes from the hearth. The fire burns low, casting a deep orange glow that seems to push the walls back into the soft darkness. Sophia and Daniel sit together in the warmth. The air is heavy and still, filled only with the rhythmic crackle of the wood as it settles into the embers, creating a safe, enclosed world for just the two of them. As the firelight pulses, a large, distorted shadow stretches across the far wall. It flickers and shifts, a dark shape looming at the very edge of the vision, sharp and heavy against the soft surroundings. Daniel senses Sophia's stillness. Without a word, he reaches out and finds her hand. His grip is steady and warm, an immediate anchor that pulls the focus back to the safety of the hearth. Together, they move a small candle across the table toward the source of the darkness. As the flame travels, the towering shape on the wall begins to lose its height. It recedes, softening as the light washes over the room. The light finally hits the object on the table, revealing the truth. The intimidating shadow was nothing more than a small, ordinary teacup caught in a trick of the light. A quiet smile passes between them. The tension in the room simply evaporates, replaced by a deep sense of relief and a renewed, comfortable warmth. Looking at things together makes them manageable. When the light is shared, the shadows lose their power, leaving only the clear, steady glow of the fire to see by. The room fades away, opening into the vast, cool stillness of a forest at midnight. You are lying beside a gentle brook, beneath a sky thick with silver stars. The only sound is the liquid melody of the water moving over stones. Grace and Jack are here, sitting on a bank of soft, cool moss. They are perfectly still, watching the moonlight dance in the small ripples of the stream, completely absorbed by the quiet energy of the woods. A single leaf detaches from a branch overhead. It takes its time, drifting down through the cool night air in slow, swaying arcs, before finally meeting its reflection on the water's surface. Grace watches as it lands. The leaf doesn't sink or struggle. It simply spins once in a slow circle and joins the steady, inevitable pull of the current. Jack watches the water as it moves. He notices how it never fights the river rocks or tries to force a new path. It simply flows, following the landscape exactly as it finds it. The water yields to every curve and every stone, moving with a grace that requires no effort. It is a continuous, unbroken path of least resistance, traveling exactly where it needs to go. Grace and Jack lean their heads together, their breathing falling into the same easy rhythm as the stream. They are no longer trying to hold anything in place. They are just existing in the pull of the night. Rest comes when we stop pushing against the world. It is the simple act of trusting the current, letting go of the oars, and allowing the natural pull of the tide to carry you towards sleep. Close your eyes now. Let your thoughts become like that leaf on the water, drifting away into the dark. There is nothing left to do but let the stream carry you home. The water runs cool and clear from the faucet, washing over a handful of bright, ripe strawberries. They rest inside a heavy clay colander, its rough, handmade surface slick with the moving water. Beside the sink, James stands quietly. He picks up a linen towel, deliberately drying the plates from dinner, participating in the slow, familiar rhythm of the evening cleanup. The kitchen is quiet, carrying the faint, lingering residue of a minor disagreement from earlier in the afternoon. A mild tension remains suspended in the air between them, unspoken but felt. Beneath the rushing faucet, the mechanics of the colander go to work. The water cascades over the fruit, carrying away dirt and debris, before escaping instantly through the small, round holes pierced into the clay, disappearing down the drain. While the water rushes endlessly, moving without pause, Emma and James remain entirely still. They stand shoulder to shoulder, anchored in the shared, quiet labor of the moment. James stops drying the plates. He reaches over the sink, his fingers brushing the wet clay, and takes one of the washed strawberries. He catches Emma's eye, offering a soft, forgiving smile that clears the air. A lasting bond requires a mechanism for filtering. It asks us to let the small frustrations and daily missteps wash over us and flow away, so that only the sweet, nourishing elements remain behind. Miles away, the rhythmic sound of heavy rain taps against window glass. The street lamps outside blur through the streaked pane, enclosing a warm, brightly lit kitchen against the damp evening. Iris stands over the stove, slowly stirring a pot of soup. She turns toward the counter, her hand instinctively finding a small, heavily worn wooden salt box that has sat in that exact spot for years. There is no special occasion tonight. It is a completely unremarkable Tuesday. Yet the shared space holds a deep-rooted comfort, built methodically out of thousands of quiet evenings. Luke steps into the kitchen, carrying a thick woolen blanket.
He drapes it gently over Iris's shoulders to ward off the damp chill, then leans in close as she offers him a spoonful of the warm broth to taste. They agree it needs a slight adjustment. Iris reaches into the aged wooden box, her fingers gathering a single, careful pinch of coarse sea salt. The earthy scent of the old wood mixes with the rising steam of the broth. Between her fingertips, the heavy salt crystals provide a rough, tactile resistance before she sprinkles them into the pot. The immense value of this evening lies entirely in its repetition. It is a familiar script, a routine they have chosen to perform again and again, finding safety in the predictable rhythm of each other's presence. Love requires a mechanism for preservation. Like the aged wooden box on the counter, it relies on small, steady, daily additions of care to protect the routine, bringing forward the rich flavor of a life built together. In a dim, warmly lit living room, Liam sits gangled under a reading lamp. Across his lap lies Nora's favorite heavy canvas tote bag, and he is carefully working to repair a detached leather strap. From the sofa, Nora watches his precise, deliberate movements. A profound, quiet sense of safety settles over her as she observes the attention he gives to something she values. The bag has carried heavy loads, groceries, books, tools, for nearly a decade. Over time, the constant, immense pressure stretched the original cotton stitching until the thread finally snapped and failed. It would be easy to discard the torn canvas and buy a replacement. Instead, Liam makes the methodical choice to reinforce the failing joint, choosing permanence over convenience. This cross-section diagram shows how a copper rivet works. A solid central cylinder passes through both layers, clamping them tightly. When immense weight pulls the handles, outward forces stretch the canvas, but the solid rivet resists the tension, preventing separation. Liam sets the copper washer over the post. With a few sharp, calculated strikes of a hammer, he flattens the metal into a permanent seal, officially securing the bond. When heavy pressure threatens to pull two people apart, the mechanics of securing take over. The deliberate choice to repair the wear, to reinforce the connection and hold fast, leaves the bond permanently stronger where it once broke.
On this coastal hill, the wind is erratic, shifting without warning from a gentle lull to a sudden, salt-heavy gust. Hazel stands here, feeling the pull of the sky against her palms. To her, this unpredictability feels like a threat, a force that might at any moment carry away the things she values most. She flies a kite as a way to stay connected to something beautiful, but her anxiety manifests in a white-knuckled grip. She keeps the string perfectly taut, trying to anchor the kite to a single frozen point in the air. The kite begins to shudder. Without the freedom to pivot or climb, the fabric loses point. It stalls, banking sharply to the left before spiraling down to strike the earth. Oliver watches the kite fall and steps closer. He doesn't offer a lecture. He simply places his hands over Hazel's and gently encourages her to let the spool spin. He guides her to feed out the line, allowing the string to go soft and heavy between them. Aerodynamics reveal why the kite suddenly finds its footing again. As this diagram shows, wind vectors are constantly changing. A slack line allows the kite's nose to dip and rise, finding the path of least resistance. A rigid line, however, forces the kite to fight the entire volume of the wind at once. As the tension drops, the kite stabilizes. It stops fighting the air and begins to use it, climbing steadily into a pocket of smoother, higher altitude. Hazel feels the weight of the kite return to her hands, not as a sharp, vibrating strain, but as a steady, rhythmic tug. The connection remains constant even as the kite drifts dozens of yards away from its original position. A relationship survives on a line that can give. When fear tightens the grip, the very wind that should sustain the connection becomes the force that brings it down. The wind of the coast fades into the hushed, dusty air of an old library. Here, Peter sits in the shadows, surrounded by a silence that Iris can't seem to break. The iron padlock on the chest before him is fused shut.
Decades of damp air have turned the surface into a rough orange crust of rust, a physical history of every time Peter felt the need to lock his internal world away. Iris tries to force an opening. She uses a metal scraper, digging into the seams of the lock with a desperate, frantic energy. The aggression only yields a few dry flakes of rust. The internal tumblers remain frozen. In a relationship, meeting a defensive wall with high-pressure demands often serves as a signal to the other person that their defenses are still necessary. An old librarian leans in and suggests a different approach. He views the rust not as a permanent failure of the metal, but as a reactive shield that will change if the climate around it changes. Iris puts down the scraper. She takes a cloth soaked in warm water and wraps it carefully around the padlock. She holds it there, allowing the heat to radiate into the cold iron. Minutes pass. The heat works its way through the oxidized layers, softening the grit that has jammed the internal springs. The moisture begins to lubricate the points where the metal had seized. When Iris eventually tries the key, the heavy internal tumblers rotate with a dull, wet click. The metal doesn't fight back, it simply yields. A barrier built over years responds to a shift in the climate rather than a single afternoon of pressure. Softening the rust of past wounds is a slow process of changing the environment until the defense is no longer required. In the garden of a small cottage, Grace and Simon find themselves exhausted by the friction of their shared life. The small, daily misunderstandings have piled up, leaving them both feeling depleted. Their struggle is reflected in a wild blackberry bush that has grown into a dense, chaotic heap. It is a mass of gray, interlocking wood and sharp thorns, and it hasn't produced a single berry in seasons. Botany explains the bush's decline. When a plant is stressed by overcrowding or a lack of light, it enters a survival mode. As this diagram shows, the plant diverts its sugars away from the fruit-bearing nodes and invests that energy into the production of more thorns to protect what little it has left. Grace and Simon take up shears and begin the work together. They focus on the dead wood, the dry, brittle branches that are no longer capable of growth, but are still crowding the living vines. They untangle the healthy stems, creating gaps where air can circulate. They remove the thorns rubbing against neighboring branches, causing unnecessary scars on the bark. With the dead weight removed, the plant's biological energy begins to shift. Without the constant friction of the tangle, the bush stops building defenses and starts pushing nutrients back toward the tips of the vines, where the first green buds of the season appear. These thorns are a byproduct of neglect, not a permanent feature of the soil. The fruit returns to a relationship only through the quiet, repetitive work of clearing a path for things to grow.
Calm, warm tone. The light catches the dust in a slow, silent waltz across the empty windowsill. There is a profound stillness here, a pocket of warmth, waiting to be filled. Elena and Oliver stand close, their quiet movements the only sound in the room. Together, they guide handfuls of dark, loose earth into a small flower pot. The vessel is rough, unglazed terracotta, coarse beneath their fingers. Gently, they pack the rich soil around a single green cutting, its stem so thin it seems to tremble. They reach for a small pitcher, hands overlapping, taking turns to pour a thin stream of water over the earth. It is a delicate task, a shared, silent agreement to look after something vulnerable. Looking at a cross-section of this clay wall, we can see its most vital trait, porosity. The unglazed terracotta isn't a solid barrier. It acts more like a sponge, allowing microscopic droplets of water and air to travel directly through the material to reach the roots inside. Because the pot breathes, the plant cannot drown. Excess moisture naturally escapes outward through the walls, leaving behind soil that is perfectly damp. It creates a precisely balanced microenvironment, shielding the young roots from rotting in stagnant water. Like those first delicate tendrils in the soil,
A new relationship needs a place to take hold. It requires a dedicated, breathable boundary, a safe vessel to survive the fragility of its earliest days. It provides a quiet space to settle in and stretch out. But the vessel only functions if both people remember to show up by the windowsill, day after day, to water it side by side. Let's step away from the sunlight, drifting out of the room and down a narrow hallway, until we arrive in a dimly lit, welcoming kitchen. Outside, a cold evening rain sweeps across the window, tracing slow paths against the dark. But in here, the air is thick with amber light and the quiet relief of shelter. Sophia and Lucas stand over a softly glowing stove. Between them sits a heavy, black cast-iron Dutch oven, holding a meal that has been quietly simmering since the afternoon. Cast iron is dense and unforgiving. Moving it isn't a casual gesture. Lifting the lid or shifting the pot requires a braced wrist and intentional physical effort. When placed on a fire, it doesn't warm up instantly. The thick metal resists rapid temperature changes, demanding time as the heat slowly pulls its way upward from the burner. This thermal cross-section shows the principle of thermal mass in action. The sheer density of the iron requires a long period to absorb energy, but once the walls become saturated, they trap that heat deep within their structure for hours. Instead of scorching the base, that stored warmth radiates gently inward from all sides. It surrounds the food evenly, allowing it to soften and simmer safely for a long stretch of time without burning. Sophia and Lucas hand a wooden spoon back and forth, pausing to stir. They aren't rushing. They have embraced the unhurried, deliberate pace the heavy pot requires. Deepening a bond takes a similar kind of endurance. It carries weight, and it asks for immense patience to truly warm up. But that very same density is exactly what holds the heat, keeping you warm through the longest, coldest nights. Moving away from the quiet hum of the stove, we settle at the center of the room, coming to rest at an old, deeply worn wooden dining table. Iris and Thomas sit quietly across from one another, sharing the comfortable, unspoken rhythm of a couple in their later years. Resting centrally between them is a wooden bowl, cradling a rustic loaf of bread. It is entirely asymmetrical. If you look closely, you can still see the uneven grooves left behind by the blade that carved it out of a solid block of wood decades ago. Time and touch have changed its shape. As a weathered hand traces the rim, you can feel how the once sharp edges have been gently softened by thousands of days of being held, passed, and washed. In this microscopic cross-section of the wood grain, we see how repeated friction creates a patina. Decades of handling and natural oils press into the wood. The irregular fibers are compressed downward, eventually forming a protective, smooth finish that no factory could ever manufacture. Those original harsh cuts from the carving knife mirror the frictions of a shared life, the inevitable arguments, the quiet compromises, and the moments where two people have to figure out how to fit together. The wear on the bowl isn't damage. The fading grain and the rounded edges are the exact physical proof that this object and the long relationship built around it is real and deeply valued. An enduring bond is always hand-carved. It will never be perfectly symmetrical. But the dents, the softened edges, and the unmistakable patina show the daily work put in, leaving something beautiful and built to last. It is late on a quiet Sunday afternoon. The house is entirely still. Sunlight rests heavy and warm across the kitchen counter, casting long, soft shadows over the wood. Above the counter, a fine mist of white flour dusts the air, drifting lazily through that beam of sunlight before settling gently below. It lands in the wide basin of an old, heavy clay mixing bowl. The edges are worn smooth from years of use, sitting there with a solid, grounding weight on the butcher block. Around this bowl, Clara and Arthur move in a silent, comfortable rhythm. One measures, the other pours. They weave around each other in the small space,
anticipating every step without needing to speak a single word. As they reach for the dough, their hands brush lightly against the clay rim. It is a tiny, effortless collision, quiet proof of a shared space they both know by heart. That heavy clay bowl is a physical map of the earliest days of a connection.
This diagram shows how a relationship's start mirrors that earthen vessel. Raw materials are molded with immense patience before the structure takes shape. Building a shared life involves constant blending. Two independent histories are kneaded together until they form a single cohesive unit. A lasting partnership relies on a structural base that is deep enough and solid enough to hold the weight of whatever the couple decides to create together.
He unwinds a thick, dark green wool scarf from his neck, pulling the heavy fabric free. He steps in close and wraps the retained heat of that wool securely around Elena. It is a quiet, immediate offering of warmth and protection. A scarf in a storm acts as an active mechanism of defense against the elements. Trust is constructed the same way. It builds slowly, as individual threads of repeated actions weave together into a dense barrier. Through difficult seasons, this structure provides resilience. When hardship strikes, the bond keeps the cold out. Enduring devotion is sustained by these small, everyday acts of mutual shelter. The night ends at the threshold of a dark, heavy wooden door. After the walk through the wind and the cold, this is the final stop. Standing on the front step, Nora reaches into her coat pocket. Her fingers find the cold, familiar weight of an antique brass key. She slides the metal into the lock. It turns with a heavy, deeply satisfying mechanical click as the tumblers move into perfect alignment. The door swings open. Inside, a dimly lit hallway waits, a quiet, completely enclosed interior space where the air is still and warm. As they step inside and pull the door shut, the wind and the noise of the city are instantly cut off. There is a sudden, total release in the silence of the sanctuary. That brass key serves as the ultimate mechanism of exclusivity. It signifies that the crossing from the public world to the private one is complete. This alignment represents a rare state where external defenses are no longer required. When a partner holds the key, the person inside is finally safe to set aside their winter armor. In a mature relationship, home transcends physical walls. It's a state where internal warmth pushes outward, dissolving the need for further barriers. Home is the quiet, unbreakable certainty of being fully known, fully safe, and fully accepted by someone else. Along the banks of a clear, shallow stream, Maya and Isaac move with the careful ease of a new connection. At this stage, everything feels light, fluid, and remarkably fragile. Maya reaches down into the current. She cups her hands together, lifting a small, shimmering pool of water away from the flow. But the moment the water is hers, a sudden tension takes over. Fearing it might leak away, she instinctively curls her fingers inward, tightening her grip to keep the prize safe. The pressure creates the very loss she's trying to prevent. The water is forced through her fist, streaming back until her palms are empty. Maya looks at her damp, empty hands and pauses. She reaches back into the stream, but this time she changes her physical intent. As she lifts her hand again,
She keeps her palm completely flat and her fingers relaxed. She offers no resistance to the water. Held this way, the water stays. It remains perfectly still in the center of her hand, resting simply because it has nowhere to escape. There is a quiet security in an open hand. It's a stillness that only seems to arrive when we finally stop trying to hold on so tight. Years later, the landscape has shifted. Elena and Oliver stand in a garden that has become dense and established, a reflection of a partnership that has taken deep root. But that success has brought a new kind of chaos. Their favorite rosebush has grown wild, its branches tangling into a thick, impenetrable thicket. The overgrowth has become a burden. These crossing stems block the sun and choke the air, making it impossible for the plant to sustain its own weight. Elena and Oliver step in with shears in hand. They begin the slow, deliberate work of thinning out the mess. Each time the steel snaps through a heavy branch, it feels like a loss. But these precise cuts are the only way to save the life of the plant. Biology reveals why this is necessary. When a bush is overgrown, energy is wasted maintaining tangled extremities, leaving roots weak. The moment excess is cleared, energy surges back to the base. The plant can finally direct its strength toward vital blooms. Trimming away the chaos provides a necessary clarity. By removing what is redundant, the parts that actually matter finally have the resources they need to thrive. In the final, enduring stage of a journey, the most valuable things are rarely the ones that look the best. Clara and Leo are packing for a trip, moving with the shared, quiet rhythm of a lifetime together. On the floor sit 2 pairs of boots. One pair is brand new, with stiff, unblemished leather and a factory shine. The other pair is battered, scuffed, and dull. Leo ignores the pristine pair. He reaches for the old boots, sliding them into his bag as if they are his most prized possession. These boots are covered in history. The leather is deeply etched with creases, permanently warped into a strange asymmetrical shape from years of hard use. That distortion is exactly why they are valuable. Over thousands of miles, the rigid material has broken down and molded itself to the unique contours of Leo's feet. Every scar on the surface is a record of a storm they weathered or a rocky path they navigated side by side. The new boots might look perfect, but they are strangers to his stride. They haven't earned the right to be comfortable yet. That kind of support only comes from time and shared struggle. It is a bespoke comfort, earned through every difficult mile, belonging exclusively to the two who walked through it all together.
Welcome. Take a slow, deep breath in and let it out. Tonight, we begin in a quiet, sunlit kitchen. The afternoon light spills across the floorboards. Iris stands near the window, feeling that mild, restless anticipation we all sometimes carry. On the counter before her sits a simple, empty clay pot. Leo steps up beside her, their shoulders almost touching. Together, they look down at the small mound of rich, damp soil. It smells of the earth, of rain-soaked forests and quiet mornings. They begin their work. Their hands move together, gently pressing the small, dark seeds down into the soft, welcoming soil. Iris rests her palms against the outside of the clay pot. The fired earth is cool and smooth beneath her skin, grounding her thoughts, drawing her attention to the single, quiet moment in time. With a steady, measured rhythm, Leo pats the dirt flat over the buried seeds, a soft, gentle motion, securing them safely in the dark. There is no sudden movement here, no immediate reward to claim. They simply pour a small ribbon of clear water over the soil, and they wait. The restless anticipation fades away. In its place is a shared, comfortable silence. They stand side by side, breathing evenly, watching the damp earth. Early love mirrors the seed in this clay pot.
Its roots cannot be forced to take hold. It requires only water, light, and the steady patience to let something grow in its own time. The afternoon shadows lengthen as we move to a wooden porch, bathed in the gold of the setting sun. Here, Chloe and Marcus sit facing one another. In their hands, they each hold a separate spool of soft cotton twine. They are working toward a single objective, taking these two separate strands and guiding them into one unified form. They fall into a steady, quiet dance of the hands, over, under, and pull. Marcus provides the anchor, keeping his hands perfectly steady, offering the exact amount of resistance needed for the weave to hold. Feeling that steady tension, Chloe guides her piece smoothly through the open spaces. Her movements are graceful, answering his stillness with gentle, continuous motion. They do not speak. The only sound on the porch is the faint friction of cotton on cotton as their hands match one another's pace. Resting softly on the wooden floorboards, the newly braided rope grows, inch by inch, slowly lengthening in the fading light. A strong relationship is like a braided rope. While separate threads are fine on their own, the constant giving and taking required to weave them together creates a bond that is much harder to break. Evening has arrived. We find ourselves in a dim, cozy room, insulated from the outside world. The air here feels heavy with a profound sense of safety and stillness. Standing near a low lamp, Thomas tilts an iron kettle, pouring hot tea into an old, highly cherished ceramic cup. This cup is not flawless. If you look closely at the rim, you can see a tiny, distinct chip in the glaze, a mark of its long history and daily use. Thomas crosses the room. With slow, deliberate care, he lowers the cup, transferring it gently from his hands into Grace's waiting fingers. Grace receives it tenderly. She wraps both of her hands fully around the heavy clay, curving her palms to softly cradle its shape. Above the dark surface of the tea, ribbons of white steam rise into the cool air, drifting and curling in slow, hypnotic circles. The heat from the water moves through the thick walls of the cup, transferring a deep, soothing warmth directly into Grace's hands, relaxing her shoulders and easing her into the night. She looks up, sharing a quiet, contented smile with Thomas. In this dim room, there is nothing to solve. There is only absolute, uninterrupted calm. Love, in its quietest stages, is like holding this well-worn cup. It is the choice to cradle something gently with both hands, mindful of its age, and grateful for the warmth it continues to provide. The room is entirely silent, except for a handmade clay lamp sitting on the table. It refuses to burn quietly. Instead, the wick sputters, flickers, and spits tiny drops of oil into the air, creating a jagged rhythm that completely shatters the calm of the evening. Nia watches it, her shoulders tight with frustration. She reaches out, pinches the wick, pulling it up, then presses it down. She adjusts the angle, hoping to force the flame into perfect, motionless silence. But the moment she pulls her hand away, the chaotic popping starts all over again. Psychologists call this behavior an externalization of our locus of control. When we feel internal anxiety, we often try to micromanage our immediate environment, demanding absolute perfection from the things around us to manufacture a feeling of security. Nia's need for a flawlessly silent room is an attempt to enforce order on her world, but the physical world rarely cooperates with our demands. This cross-section diagram of the lamp shows us why. Liquid olive oil seeps into microscopic air pockets in the porous clay. When heat from the flame expands that trapped air, it forces its way out through the oil, creating those unpredictable, tiny pops. Her partner, Leo, sees her reach for the wick a fourth time. He places his hand gently over hers, stopping the cycle of frustration. He does not offer a fix. He simply asks her to close her eyes and listen to the crackle without trying to correct it. Nia stops fighting the object. She lets her hand drop to the table and releases her rigid expectation of silence. In the absence of her resistance, the sharp, chaotic popping begins to sound like a warm, rhythmic campfire. The flaw becomes a comfort. Real love demands a similar surrender. We cannot force a partner or a shared life to operate in a perfectly sterile, predictable way. A relationship breathes, and because it breathes, it makes noise. Accepting a shared life means dropping the need for absolute quiet and learning to sit comfortably with the natural flickers of another human being. Across town, Isaac is staring down at the living room floor. A beautifully carved wooden toy, a treasured family heirloom belonging to his wife, Maya, has a harsh, splintered break straight across its main structural joint. He had stepped on it by accident, and the emotional weight of the mistake lands immediately. Panic sets in. Isaac wants to erase the mistake instantly. He grabs a bottle of wood glue, floods the splintered gap, and squeezes the two halves together with all his physical strength, trying to crush the broken pieces back into a single, flawless unit. But his intense effort backfires. This animated visualization shows us the mechanics of the joint under pressure. When Isaac applies immense physical force to a wet adhesive, it creates lateral slipping. The pieces slide out of alignment, and the pressure squeezes the binding agent right out of the gap. The harder he forces the repair, the weaker it becomes. Maya's father, a carpenter, walks into the room and explains the first rule of wood repair. Wood glue does not require force. It requires a very light, gentle touch. The adhesive needs room to stay inside the joint, so the microscopic molecules can properly align with the broken wood fibers. And then comes the second rule, time. The joint needs a long, completely undisturbed night of rest. A true structural bond cannot be rushed. The chemical process requires quiet hours to solidify the two pieces back together. Isaac exhales. He wipes away the excess glue, sets the pieces gently together, and steps back. He surrenders his desperate need to solve the problem right now, trusting that the quiet hours will do the work his muscles couldn't. Emotional repair follows the exact same physics. When we hurt a partner, our instinct is often to squeeze the relationship, to demand immediate forgiveness or talk the problem in circles until we feel absolved. But healing cannot be rushed by applying pressure. It requires quiet space, a gentle touch, and undisturbed time. Grace is 50 yards ahead of Thomas, marching rapidly up a dense, steep forest path. She has her eyes locked on the summit. Thomas is lingering far behind, pausing every few minutes to kneel in the dirt. With every step, Grace's internal frustration mounts. She wants to reach the peak by noon, and Thomas's stops to inspect patches of moss feel like a direct challenge to their schedule. To her, his lagging pace looks like a lack of interest in their shared goal. She finally breaks through the tree line and arrives at the peak. Panting, she drops her pack on the rock. There is nothing left to do but wait. She sits down, creating the physical and temporal space for Thomas to finally catch up. 10 minutes later, Thomas clears the trees. He walks over to where Grace is sitting, smiling, and gently opens his hands. Resting in his palms is a collection of unique, natural treasures he gathered along the trail: vibrant blue pine cones and perfectly smooth, dark river stones. Grace stares at his hands. Her intense drive to control their timeline and force a quick finish had caused her to stare directly at the dirt in front of her boots for 2 straight hours. She had been completely blind to the beauty of her surroundings. Thomas's slow pace had actually enriched their shared experience. While she was securing the destination, he was capturing the journey, bringing the beauty of the forest up to the peak for both of them to enjoy. Partners move through life at different speeds. A slower pace is not a sign of distance, and a faster pace is not a sign of impatience. When we surrender the urge to control exactly how our partner navigates the world, we create the space to discover the unique, unexpected ways they enrich the climb. Grace and Thomas sit in a softly lit room before a chaotic mound of unspun wool. This is raw, unstructured material, and turning it into something useful requires their focused attention. Grace's fingers move in a quick, rhythmic pattern. She isolates loose fibers, gently pulling them forward and feeding them toward the spindle. Simultaneously, Thomas manages the tension of the feed. Their hands move in precise synchronization, matching speed and pressure without a single word spoken. This diagram shows the mechanics of torsion. Wrapping individual fibers in a helix evenly distributes tension, creating a unified thread. The wheel acts as an engine, converting repetitive effort into a steady rotational rhythm, forming a permanent bond. The room fills with the smooth, hypnotic hum of the wooden wheel. As it achieves a steady rhythm, the work settles into a quiet pulse. Between them rests the physical result of this labor, a growing, tightly wound spool of thread. You cannot rush the creation of this thread. It takes a steady, cooperative pace to turn loose wool into a highly durable cord. The environment shifts to a cold, pitch-black night. This darkness is the external obstacle that Alice and Jack must navigate together. Jack strikes a match, and the sudden spark catches. He carefully transfers the yellow flame to the lantern's dry wick. Alice immediately secures the heavy iron casing over the flame, trapping the fire inside the glass to shield it from the wind. This schematic reveals the lantern's optical mechanics. Inner curved surfaces take scattered light waves, bouncing them off the backplate and focusing them outward into a unified beam. The iron framework provides a structural defense. Wind hits the outside, while the core light remains perfectly still. In the halo of that light, the only sound is the synchronized crunch of their footsteps on the dirt path as they walk side by side. They step into the void together, their movement entirely dependent on that small perimeter of safety they maintain between them. The lantern provides a concentrated, protected light, allowing them to navigate the uncertain path one step at a time. In the soft, damp earth, Sophia and Leo are planting a fragile cedar seedling, a deliberate investment in the deep future. Sophia digs into the cool soil, clearing away debris to prepare a secure and accommodating foundation for the young tree. Leo pours water into the hole. The dry soil absorbs it instantly, creating a rich, life-sustaining environment for the roots. This cross-section diagram details the biological survival strategy of the cedar. A central taproot plunges straight down for stability, while lateral roots branch outward to gather nutrients. Raw water and minerals are pulled upward through the roots to form the growing wood. Sophia gently pats bedamned earth around the base of the trunk, securing the seedling against the elements. Surrounded by the smell of rain, there is a quiet realization that this small action will outlast them both. The grounding of the roots and the slow accumulation of wood create a connection that strengthens over decades of growth. In a lamp-lit room, Sienna and Noah work in silence to repair a favorite sweater. Noah uses both hands to hold the heavy woolen fabric flat and taut against the table, providing a steady surface, while Sienna prepares a silver needle. The materials are a study in opposites. The wool is soft and yielding, a mesh of interconnected loops. Against it, the silver needle is cold and rigid, a precise tool designed to navigate the spaces between those fibers. Mending requires a slow, deliberate start. Sienna dampens the end of the thread, rolling it until it's fine enough to pass through the needle's eye. This tiny connection point is the anchor for everything that follows. As Noah maintains the tension, keeping the torn edges aligned, the needle pierces the fabric. It pulls the thread through in a steady, rhythmic loop, moving over and under the broken weave in a repeating pattern. A tear breaks the wool's structural continuity. By weaving new thread across the opening, the needle bridges the gap, anchoring into healthy fibers. Because these denser new threads distribute weight across a wider surface area, the once weak point becomes the sweater's most reinforced part. The repair succeeded because it was a shared effort, one person providing the stability, the other the precision. By leaning into that mutual support, the tear becomes a point of new strength, proving that with a steady hand and a bit of patience, the things we value can always be restored.
We move now to a communal warmth. Iris and Luke are sitting together in a shared silence before a stone fireplace, watching as the deep red embers begin to fade. There is no rush to intervene. Luke reaches for a single heavy piece of seasoned wood and carefully places it onto the old clay grate, ensuring it sits squarely above the heat. The clay grate is the most important part of this mechanical system. If the log sat directly on the hearth floor, it would crush the embers and cut off their air. The grate keeps the fuel suspended, creating a critical gap above the layer of ash. This cross-section shows the fluid dynamics. The grate channels cold, oxygen-rich air underneath the log to fuel the embers. As this heated air rises, it creates a continuous thermal loop, pulling in fresh oxygen to safely reignite the flame. The temperature in the room slowly begins to rise. A dark, smoking ember quietly cracks open, revealing a pulsing, bright orange glow. The fire catches the bark, casting a soft, returning light across Iris's face. A fire requires space to breathe, as much as it requires fuel to burn. Like the clay grate, a lasting love provides a steady base of support, while leaving enough room for air to flow, allowing two people to burn bright without ever extinguishing one another. Finally, we move out onto the vast expanse of a moonlit lake. Alice and Jack sit together in a small wooden boat, the water around them as still as glass. Jack holds the handle of an old wooden oar. Years of friction have smoothed the grain of the wood, making it feel like a natural extension of his hands as he prepares for the first stroke. He dips the blade into the water. By angling the oar just a few degrees, he ensures the flat surface catches the dense resistance of the lake, turning the water into a solid point to push against. This diagram maps the energy transfer. As the oar pushes the water backward, that force creates an equal reaction in the opposite direction. This generated forward momentum propels the boat. A deep, steady stroke creates a different result than a short, hurried one. By pulling slowly through the full arc, he creates a long glide, carrying them further than the effort suggests. The prow of the wooden boat moves with effortless grace, cutting through the moonlight reflected on the surface. Alice watches the stars, her body perfectly still as the boat carries them into the center of the lake. This smooth movement depends on a specific physical balance. Alice remains motionless, trusting the boat's center of gravity. If she shifted suddenly, the kinetic energy of the glide would be lost to a wobble, but her stillness allows the momentum of Jack's rowing to do the work. You do not need to row hard to reach the shore. When we trust the strength of the tools and the steady rhythm of the person beside us, we can stop straining and let the glide carry us home. It is time to drift. It is time to rest.
In the corner of a quiet kitchen, Marianne works a lump of wet clay between her palms. She is shaping a shallow, curved rest, a gift for Arthur to keep by the stove. Inside the kiln, the heat transforms the earth. A liquid glaze vitrifies over the hardened clay, cooling into a smooth, protective surface that can withstand the weight and heat of a long day's work. Most evenings, they move through this space in a shared rhythm. There is no need for many words, only the low simmer of a pot and the comfortable, domestic silence of two people who know each other's movements. When the heavy wooden spoon is pulled from the pot, the thick sauce lands cleanly in the center of the dish. The glaze catches the mess before it can spread to the counter. Arthur's hands are tired from a day of constant effort. The spoon rest exists simply so he doesn't have to hold that weight anymore, providing a dedicated space to set the tool down. We all spend our lives carrying things that grow heavier the longer we hold them. A lasting partnership provides the same relief as that ceramic hollow, a safe harbor where the work can stop. When a heavy momentum finally descends, it requires a yielding curve prepared to absorb the impact. It is the soft cradle that holds you when life gets messy, supporting the weight until you are ready to pick it up and try again. Miles away, in a moonlit workshop, Isaac works with a different kind of strength. He is carving a solid oak beam, shaping it into a heavy door bar for Sarah. The scent of fresh wood shavings fills the cold air as the steel blade peels back the grain. The oak is dense and uncompromising, finished to a heavy, smooth weight that feels substantial in the hand. As the sun vanishes, the valley air turns sharp. A biting wind begins to pull at the shingles and rattle the window panes, looking for any way inside. Before they retire, Sarah lifts the timber and locks the door. The oak beam drops into its iron brackets with a dull, final thud. The wind continues to howl on the other side of the wood, but inside, the air is perfectly still. The noise of the storm is reduced to a distant, harmless hum. That nightly barrier is more than a security measure. It is the edge of a shared world. To keep the light burning in the center, a partnership must maintain a clear perimeter. To protect the internal glow of a life together, a solid, expanding ring must define where the outside world ends and the home begins. When sealed, the chaos of the outside world bounces away. Sustaining love requires this active defense of your shared peace. On a sewing table under a single lamp, Chloe keeps a silver thimble Thomas gave her years ago. It rests on a heavy wool blanket that has seen better days. The silver is covered in microscopic dents, a record of every time the metal took a hit so that the person using it didn't have to. Chloe works at a tear in the wool. The fabric is thick and stubborn, resisting the sharp steel needle as she tries to push it through the weave. The thimble provides the necessary pressure, forcing the point through the material while shielding the finger that pushes it. This small tool is the secret to any long-term repair. Staying together means doing the constant, sometimes difficult work of mending what time has worn thin. Friction is inevitable. Things will tear. But the work of sewing those pieces back together doesn't have to be a source of further pain. Mending a life requires force, but it shouldn't require blood. It is the act of drawing frayed edges back together while shielding each other from the sharp edges of the repair itself. When we fix what is broken without causing new damage, the thread becomes stronger than it was before. It is the art of mending that allows us to stay whole. Leo loves Chloe with a quiet, absolute certainty. He finds comfort in her presence, and their life together feels like something rare and valuable that he is lucky to have found. But beneath that affection sits a persistent anxiety. Leo is terrified of losing her. He carries a low-level dread that one day, without warning, the relationship might slip through his fingers. To manage this fear, Leo compensates with logistics. He schedules their weekends down to the hour. He curates their shared activities, directs their conversations, and tries to orchestrate their entire routine to ensure they remain constantly aligned. For Chloe, this meticulous scheduling doesn't feel like affection. It feels like an enclosure. The constant management leaves no room for spontaneity, and she begins to feel suffocated by the very routines designed to keep her close. It is a self-defeating cycle. By trying to secure the relationship through rigid control, Leo is inadvertently manufacturing the exact distance he's so afraid of. Imagine Leo sitting on a quiet porch in the late afternoon. A wild green finch lands on the railing, singing a bright, clear melody. On a small table nearby rests an ornate wooden birdcage with the door wide open. Curious, the finch hops inside, continuing its song from the wooden perch. Seeing the bird inside, Leo acts on a sudden impulse. He wants to keep the music, so he reaches out and clicks the cage door shut. The song stops immediately. The finch panics, striking its wings against the wooden bars, desperate to escape the sudden confinement. Recognizing his mistake, Leo reaches over and unlatches the door. The bird bursts out of the cage and disappears into the trees. Hours later, the finch returns. It ignores the cage entirely, landing softly on Leo's shoulder to sing again, staying only because nothing is forcing it to. Affection operates the same way. You cannot secure a genuine bond through restriction. It requires open palms and the quiet trust that a connection, given the freedom to leave, will choose to stay. Further down the timeline of relationship friction, unspoken anxieties often erupt into vocal disputes. We see this with Sarah and Julian. They are in the middle of an intense argument regarding a major career move, debating for hours, neither willing to yield an inch. Their voices are raised, but the anger is actually a symptom of exhaustion. Both Sarah and Julian feel completely misunderstood, convinced the other is willfully ignoring the obvious facts of the situation. Realizing they are spinning in circles, they agree to pause. They pack some water and head out for a hike into the nearby woods, hoping to find a hidden lake and clear their heads. This is how a simple disagreement becomes a deadlock. When both people are convinced their version of the story is the only one, the other person's perspective starts to look like a lie. A mile into the hike, the trail vanishes. Sarah points toward a ridge, while Julian insists the lake is down in the valley. They are arguing all over again. Look at Sarah's navigation tool. It's a hand-drawn map relying entirely on physical landmarks. She navigates by tracking distinct trees and large boulders. But Julian's map swaps the symbols for topographical elevation lines. It represents the exact same physical space, but visualizes entirely different data. Frustrated, they finally stop talking and hold the two pieces of paper side by side. Looking at both sheets, the confusion dissolves. They are both holding entirely accurate representations of the forest, just filtered through different lenses. Disagreements are rarely about who is right, but rather about which map is being used. True empathy requires looking at the terrain through a partner's lens. Eventually, the argument ends, but what follows is a fragile environment. Elena and Marcus are sitting in their living room, surrounded by the heavy, thick silence that hangs in the air after a bitter fight. Elena cannot stand this lingering tension. Her nervous system is on high alert, and she feels a desperate need to fix the mood. She starts making cheerful, rapid-fire conversation. She asks Marcus about his day and cracks jokes, acting exactly as she would on a normal Tuesday. The cheerfulness falls flat. It feels brittle and hollow. Marcus responds with brief, tight smiles, and the gap between them only feels wider. You cannot bypass emotional residue. Rushing past the pain of a conflict communicates to your partner that their lingering feelings are an inconvenience, invalidating the reality. Marcus works as a glassblower. He spends his days pulling molten glass from roaring flames, shaping a fragile material under extreme heat. This cross-section shows cooling glass. Left on a cold table, the outer layer rapidly contracts against a hot core, generating massive internal stress that shatters the glass. To prevent this, a warm oven allows all temperatures to drop in unison, letting molecules settle without friction. Relationships require this same environment. After the heat of an argument, you cannot force a bond straight back into a normal routine. It requires a slow, warm cooling period, allowing the unseen tensions to settle naturally until the structure is strong again.
Shadows drift across the bedroom door as Sarah and Benjamin settle into the quiet calm of the evening. Before them lies a simple piece of hardware, a heavy brass hook and its matching circular eyelet, completely unblemished and waiting to be installed. The metal rests heavy in the palm, its polished surface feeling distinctly cool and smooth against the warmth of the skin. They press the flat brass plate flush against the doorframe, carefully adjusting the angle to ensure the hook sits perfectly level against the wood. With steady pressure, the screwdriver bites into the metal heads, pushing the threaded screws deep into the frame with a tight, rhythmic creak. This diagram illustrates the mechanics at work. The heavy brass cylinder pivots downward, dropping into the circular eyelet to form a solid barrier. Instantly, subtle drafts and distant noises are cut off, leaving a deeply insulated, perfectly quiet environment. Love operates much like this simple mechanism. By intentionally pulling the world away and sliding a boundary into place, you secure a private space where peace can actually take root. Rain steadily traces down the glass, casting a soft gray light over Elena and Oliver this quiet afternoon. Among the scattered papers on their old wooden desk, they uncover a handmade clay inkwell, its thick, asymmetrical walls carrying unexpected weight. The unglazed ceramic releases a faint, earthy scent, contrasting sharply with the dense, almost bottomless pool of black ink resting inside. They grip the slender wooden handle of a dry dip pen, guiding the metal nib slowly downward until it pierces the dark liquid. As they drag the sharp tip across the coarse paper, the nib catches slightly, producing a quiet, rhythmic scratching sound while they compose a brief, shared note. While wet, the ink sits high and glossy on the surface, entirely fluid.
But as it dries, it binds directly with the rough fibers of the page, locking the shapes into absolute permanence. They sit back to look at the short string of words they have created, taking a transient afternoon feeling and anchoring it into a tangible object. Shared history relies on this kind of active preservation. Taking the time to physically record a passing moment ensures that the best parts of a bond do not quietly slip away. A few dimming red embers fade in the stone fireplace as cold air settles around Chloe and Marcus tonight. Leaving the lingering warmth of the house behind, they pull open the heavy back door and step out into the bracing, sharp chill of the night. Fingers sweep blindly over the woodpile in the dark, searching for thin, dry pieces of pine that feel rough and brittle to the touch. As they sift through the timber, the intensely sharp, resinous scent of crushed pine needles cuts directly through the freezing air. They grip the rigid branches and bend them backward, producing sharp, violent snaps as the dry wood splinters into smaller, usable segments. This diagram demonstrates the exact geometry required to rebuild the fire. The pieces of kindling are carefully stacked into a teepee structure over the remaining embers, creating a hollow center that protects the heat without cutting off its oxygen supply. Marcus leans in close and delivers a long, highly controlled breath into the center of the stack, feeding a sudden rush of air over the coals until a tiny spark jumps upward to catch the dry pine. The warmest relationships will naturally burn down to embers over time, yet with careful attention, deliberate patience, and a little directed effort, you can always coax that lingering heat back into a flame. The afternoon air carries the crisp stillness of late autumn. In the corner of a quiet yard, Sarah and Benjamin begin their work. A single cedar post lies between them. It is heavy, smelling of resin, with a surface that feels rough against their palms. They work near the opening in the grass, where the scent of damp, dark earth is pulled upward by the cooling breeze. Benjamin lifts the timber, holding it upright with a steady grip, keeping the post perfectly vertical while the space around it remains empty. Beside him, Sarah works the soil with her hands, pressing the dark earth firmly until the timber sits perfectly still. They move without speaking, allowing the weight of the task to dictate the pace, ensuring the base is packed tight before they finish. The post now stands straight and unyielding, anchored by the weight of the earth they press together, ready for whatever the seasons bring. The setting shifts to the kitchen, where the fading sunlight catches the dust motes and the air feels thick and still. Elena and Marcus stand side by side at the wooden counter, their movements synchronized and small as they work over a dusting of flour. On the counter sits a heavy clay bread pan. It is thick-walled and cool to the touch, holding a quiet, grounding weight. The room smells faintly of yeast and warm wood, the scent of a process that has already been underway for hours. Marcus kneads the dough with a slow, rhythmic pressure, his hands moving in a soft cycle that coaxes the flour into something smooth. Beside him, Elena scatters a fine layer of cornmeal, coating the bottom of the pan to keep the bread from sticking. Within the clay walls, the dough has slowly expanded, filling the space through the steady application of warmth and the passage of time. Night settles over the house, bringing with it the rhythmic sound of rain drumming steadily against the roof. Inside the dim bedroom, Chloe and Lucas move through their final routines, their shadows long and soft against the lamplit walls. The glass is cold where the rain hits it, but the air inside remains held at a constant, protected warmth. Chloe pulls a heavy knit blanket across them, the weight of the wool creating a physical boundary against the dampness of the night. At the center of the frame is the window's antique brass latch, a solid piece of metal that stands between the room and the storm. Lucas reaches out to turn the heavy brass, listening for the small mechanical click that signals the window is completely shut. With the barrier set, the rain becomes nothing more than a distant sound, leaving the room still enough to finally let go. It's 5 a.m. In the cool blue light of the kitchen, the air carries the heavy stillness of a world that hasn't woken up yet. Claire and Julian move through the room with the quiet efficiency of people who have shared this space for years. Julian moves through the shadows toward the sink. He lifts a heavy, antique silver teapot and lets the cold water fill the basin. He sets it on the stove and waits. Slowly, the low, steady hum of the burner builds into a rolling boil, bringing a warm, acoustic comfort to the empty room. He takes 2 cups and pours the water. The steam begins to rise at the exact moment Claire walks through the doorway. They don't need to exchange greetings. Their shared history has turned these early movements into a language of their own. They sit together at the small table, letting the warmth of the ceramic seep into their hands as the sun pulls up over the horizon. Every small, consistent habit acts like a single point of light, falling slowly and accumulating over time. These dots represent the microscopic choices that fill the vessel of a relationship. The texture of their bond is shaped by these repeated rhythms. By choosing to show up for each other in the quiet hours, they build a stability that carries them through the rest of the day. By the end of a demanding day, that morning warmth can feel distant. We can see this separation as a physical space, a misty forest where Sophia and Lucas stand on opposite ends of a worn wooden bridge. The silence between them isn't a sign of failure, but a byproduct of a long afternoon. It is the quiet space that grows when 2 people are simply depleted of energy. Lucas initiates the repair. He takes a slow, deliberate step onto the bridge, the aged plank sledding out a soft creak under his weight. Sophia hears the sound and looks up. Recognizing the effort, she takes her own step forward, mirroring his vulnerability. They move slowly toward the center, closing the physical gap directly above the slow-moving water below. When they meet in the middle and grasp hands, the simple act of contact erases the distance they felt only moments ago. Even when a gap opens between 2 people, a soft line can extend from one side to the other, bridging the space through a deliberate choice. As movement continues, the parallel lines draw closer, merging into a single shared path. Distance doesn't have to be a permanent state. When both people decide to move, the infrastructure for reconnection is there, waiting to be used. Decades of crossing that bridge lead to a new kind of resting state. Marcus and Chloe sit on a cool, breezy mountaintop, watching the warm sunset settle over the hazy peaks below. Resting on the ground in front of them is a small tower of rocks, weathered by the wind. This is a cairn. For centuries, travelers have left these markers along difficult trails to guide those who come after them, marking the way when the path becomes unclear. Marcus finds a smooth gray stone resting in the loose dirt and carefully adds it to the existing pile. Chloe finds her own rock, flat and sun-warmed, and carefully sets it directly on top of Marcus's contribution. The added weight locks the lower rocks into place, making the tower more stable. They sit back in the quiet satisfaction of having built something that will remain long after they leave. A relationship functions like a structure built piece by piece. Simple, solid blocks stack methodically upward, each representing shared experience. These blocks are formed by kind words and everyday acts. Eventually, the individual pieces fuse together into a single unit. The choices made day after day eventually form a landmark. Because they spent a lifetime building it together, they now have a guide that keeps them steady, no matter how the landscape changes. The sun has slipped below the horizon, leaving a sky of deep, bruised purple. Twilight settles over the wooden porch as the last birds fall silent. Mia and Lucas sit side by side on the top step. They do not speak. entirely comfortable in the shared silence. The rigid demands of the day, the schedules, the constant decisions, the heavy posture of the afternoon simply dissolve. That tension lifts from their shoulders and evaporates into the cool evening air. Out in the yard, a rising breeze catches the massive willow tree. Its long, heavy branches begin a slow, sweeping dance through the dusk. The wind pushes hard against the canopy. Instead of resisting the current, the heavy boughs bend deeply toward the grass, perfectly pliable. Thousands of narrow leaves brush against one another. They create a soft, rhythmic rustling, a gentle layer of white noise that washes over the yard, lulling the mind into rest. Listening to that rhythm, Lucas reaches out. He rests his hand softly over Mia's, anchoring the peace to the space between them. The willow survives because it doesn't struggle against the air. It leans, it stretches, and it moves with the wind. The same quiet, constant adjustment that keeps two people sitting comfortably together long after the sun goes down. Months pass. The evening breeze gives way to the deep freeze of winter. Heavy white flakes fall if the window pane catches them. The snow acts as a heavy blanket over the world outside. It absorbs the sound of passing cars and distant winds, leaving behind an absolute, muffled silence. Behind the thick glass, the room is completely insulated. Nora is settled deep into a plush armchair, enveloped in the quiet heat of the house. Her breathing is slow and even, yet a faint echo of the freezing floorboards remains. A lingering chill settled in her feet. The floorboards creak softly. Owen steps into the room, carrying a pair of heavy gray wool socks he finished knitting just days ago. The yarn is thick and slightly coarse to the touch. Every loop and knot holds hours of quiet, deliberate attention. Owen kneels beside the armchair. He carefully gathers the heavy fabric and slowly slides them over Nora's feet. The dense wool immediately goes to work. It traps her body heat, building a pocket of insulation that allows a slow, peaceful warmth to travel steadily upward through her legs. A fire eventually burns down to embers, but this warmth stays. It is held against the skin by every individual stitch, a steady, insulated heat that lasts through the longest winter night. The hours slip away, settling into the profound quiet of midnight. Under a canopy of brilliant stars, an ancient stone garden waits in the dark. The air is entirely still. No wind stirs the branches, no snow falls. The world has powered down, resting completely. Older Emma and James navigate the shadowed paths. Their pace is unhurried, measured by the calm rhythm of a long life lived side by side. The gravel crunches softly beneath their shoes as they approach a gentle incline. At the base of the hill sits a flight of very old stone stairs. The outer edges of the blocks remain sharp, but the center of every single step dips dramatically downward, worn smooth by time. This hollowed rock was not carved by chisels. It is the result of thousands of footsteps, a gentle, invisible accumulation of weight pressing down over decades. Emma and James begin to climb the steps. They take their time, leaning their weight slightly toward one another, letting their shoulders brush as they share the effort of the ascent. They reach the landing, planting their feet securely on the solid, even rock. Together, they look up into the vast, glittering expanse of the night sky. The rock has changed its shape to fit their gait, quietly hollowed out by the simple weight of walking together. The stone surface is worn completely smooth, but the foundation beneath is more solid now than the day they started. The air in a pottery studio feels heavy with the scent of damp riverbanks. At the center of the room, a lump of wet, gray clay sits on a wooden wheel, waiting for the first touch. To turn this raw material into something functional, Grace and Oliver must find a shared rhythm. Oliver's foot pumps the kick wheel to maintain a steady rotation, while Grace's hands cup the spinning mass, searching for the exact center. There is a hypnotic cadence to the work. The only sounds are the low hum of the spinning wood and the slippery friction of wet earth gliding against skin. If the clay begins to wobble, The correction happens in an instant. Oliver eases the momentum of the wheel, and Grace applies a firm, stabilizing pressure. Together, they guide the clay back to the center before the vibration can pull the piece apart. They are crafting a butter churn. Because this vessel must eventually withstand the constant pressure of a heavy wooden dasher, they prioritize a wide, thick base. They keep the walls low and the footing secure, refusing to rush the vertical growth until the foundation is solid. When the wheel finally stops, the churn sits heavy and centered on the wood. This deliberate, unhurried start ensures the entire structure will hold firm, providing a stable core that can support everything built on top of it. The cool moisture of the clay studio gives way to a workbench at dusk. A flat sheet of copper catches the orange glow of the fading sun, its surface smooth and waiting for the first strike of the mallet. Elena and Julian work in a synchronized loop of holding and hitting. Elena braces the copper sheet against the workbench, while Julian uses a wooden mallet to tap the edge, slowly coaxing the rigid metal into a new shape. Their movements have the steady back-and-forth cadence of a heartbeat. Elena rotates the sheet a fraction of an inch. Julian responds with 3 short, precise strikes. Wood hits metal. Tap, 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 until the copper begins to yield. This piece is a chimney cap. Once finished, it will sit atop their roof to deflect the weight of winter rain, ensuring the hearth inside remains dry and the fire stays lit, regardless of the weather outside. After hundreds of coordinated movements, the flat metal is gone. In its place is a rigid, protective dome, strengthened by the very process of being hammered into shape. This protective shield was built through the work of 2 pairs of hands, acting as one. It stands as a physical barrier against the elements, demonstrating how a shared life is guarded by the active daily effort to keep the storm at bay. Inside the house, the sound of the mallet is replaced by the soft whisper of sandpaper. Isaac sits by the window, sanding a wooden loom shuttle until the grain is so smooth it feels like silk to the touch. He passes the finished tool to Maya, who sits before the heavy frame of a wooden loom. She pulls the tensioned threads of the warp tight, preparing the space for the shuttle to pass through. With a rhythmic motion, Maya sends the shuttle sliding through the gap in the yarn. It travels from left to right, then right to left, leaving a trail of wool behind it that binds the vertical threads together. Isaac watches the progress as the shuttle continues its journey. Row by row, the single, isolated threads are pulled into a dense, unified fabric. What began as hundreds of separate strings is becoming one continuous cloth. The process is slow and repetitive, thread over thread, without tension or rush. The passage of time is marked only by the growing length of the weave and the steady sound of the shuttle passing back and forth. Thousands of these individual passes have integrated the separate threads into a single, inseparable bond. The isolated strings are gone. In their place is a fabric that gains its strength from the quiet density of the weave.
Out on the dark water of a restless ocean at night, a small boat is caught in the constant rhythmic rocking of the waves. It is a baseline state of motion, similar to a tired, anxious mind that is drifting but unable to find stillness. Aboard this small vessel are Sophia and Ethan. The ocean beneath them is unsettled, but their movements are deliberate and completely unhurried. Ethan steps to the edge and lowers a heavy, rusted iron anchor over the side. You can feel the sheer physical weight of the metal as it slips beneath the surface, sinking rapidly into the unseen depths below. As the heavy anchor embeds into the seabed, the chain pulls taut, transferring the kinetic energy of the boat's continuous drifting directly into static resistance. Surface waves continue rolling overhead. Because of the secure hold below, horizontal drift is neutralized. The vessel no longer wanders. A deep relationship provides that same quiet, heavy weight. It holds a racing mind in place, keeping it tethered and safe, regardless of the surface turbulence of daily life. We move from the open sea to the interior of a quiet stone house. The deep night presses against the walls, bringing an encroaching chill and long, stretching shadows across a bare wooden table. Emma and Thomas sit together in the quiet of this dim room. The air is cold, but their shared presence is steady and calm. Moving with a precise, methodical rhythm, Thomas pours a small measure of oil into a handcrafted clay lamp. Emma then strikes a single match, touching it gently to the wick. The rough, porous clay of the lamp performs a specific thermodynamic function. Rather than allowing the heat of that tiny flame to immediately escape into the freezing air, the dense material absorbs it, holds it, and radiates it evenly outward. It is a highly efficient, steady burn. A roaring, unpredictable fire might throw wild light against the walls, but this subtle, consistent glow is exactly enough to push the creeping shadows back to the far corners of the room. Enduring connection is rarely a dramatic blaze. It is a small, carefully tended light, a steady warmth that dispels the dark and makes the present moment a safe place to remain. Outside those stone walls lies an expansive open field at dusk. Here, a freezing wind sweeps violently across the unprotected plain, a persistent physical threat. Yet, just beyond the edge of the open field, Chloe and Lucas are walking side by side in a corridor of profound stillness. They are sheltered by a massive, towering line of mature cedar trees. These trees began as fragile saplings decades ago. They required years of consistent shared care, watering through dry summers and bracing against winter storms, long before they were strong enough to offer any real shelter. This aerodynamic diagram shows high-velocity wind striking the dense cedar branches, fracturing the force and redirecting it upward. While howling continues on the windward side, it creates a measurable pocket of dropped pressure where the couple walks. Inside this safe zone, the air carries the faint, sweet smell of cedarwood. There is a total absence of physical tension, leaving only a quiet, protected calm. The quiet, daily effort spent on that growth eventually compounds. It forms a permanent structural barrier, a defense built over time that stands firm against the noise of the outside world. A deeply rooted partnership stands tall enough to block the harsh winds of life. It provides the mind with a perfectly still place to finally close its eyes and drift into sleep.
Light filters through the window of a quiet room, catching the dust in the air as Elena and Arthur sit across from one another at a wooden table. Resting between them is a pile of ungathered willow herbs. The stems are slender, raw, and highly delicate. When held in isolation, a single ungathered stem is vulnerable. Under a small amount of concentrated pressure, two separate lives, much like this solitary piece of wood, will quickly give way and snap. Arthur gathers the loose pieces. He takes one single stem, crosses it over another, and begins to slowly bend them together. This diagram illustrates the mechanics of a weave. When downward pressure is applied, the overlapping stems distribute that tension laterally across intersecting joints. As the pattern scales up, the cumulative distribution of weight means the final basket can hold a heavy harvest without breaking. Warm, grounded. A woven basket derives its structural integrity from the slow, deliberate time spent crossing the stems. We often feel the impulse to rush the early stages of a connection, wanting the security of a strong bond before doing the actual work of crossing lives together. Building a load-bearing structure takes time. We are fragile on our own and grow resilient as we patiently blend our separate paths into a unified whole. Years later, the setting shifts. It is a freezing, snow-covered evening, and the quiet warmth of the sunlit table gives way to Sophia and James standing in a cold, drafty room. Inside the hearth sits a cast-iron fire dog. Dense, black, and covered in a thick layer of gray ash, it stands in direct contrast to the delicate geometry of a woven basket. This object is a strictly industrial tool, forged in a mold for the sole purpose of endurance. James lifts a massive oak log and drops it. The wood slams onto the iron structure, sending a cloud of soot into the air. This diagram shows how the fire dog functions. Elevating the heavy wood creates a crucial air gap, allowing oxygen to flow underneath. Without it, the log would smother its embers. Lifting the wood allows a self-sustaining combustion cycle. The dog absorbs the searing heat and bears the crushing weight of the oak, holding steady so the room can stay warm. Long-term relationships enter seasons exactly like this, phases of heavy lifting and intense pressure that require an immense, unglamorous kind of endurance. Lasting love requires a willingness to be that sturdy, unyielding foundation. Sometimes you have to hold up the weight for a partner through the coldest nights to keep the fire alive. Eventually, the loud crackle of the hearth settles into a softer rhythm. Chloe and Lucas sit together in a dimly lit dining room, moving through the motions of a quiet, routine evening. Resting on the table between them is a tiny, tarnished silver salt cellar. Next to a heavy iron grate or a wide basket, it appears entirely insignificant. The silver cellar sits as a quiet fixture of their daily routine, a vessel for the smallest ingredient in the room. Lucas slowly reaches out across the table. His fingers gently take a few coarse grains of salt from the dish. He drops the pinch into Chloe's soup. To anyone watching from the outside, it is a fleeting, entirely mundane gesture. This abstract diagram visualizes the chemical interaction. The salt suppresses the perception of bitterness on the palate, making the soup's existing aromas more apparent. Without the repetition of these tiny flavor-enhancing gestures, a poured cup of coffee, an asked question, a passing touch, the routine of a decades-long relationship risks becoming bland. We maintain our deepest connections by remembering the small acts of care. It is the tiny, everyday gestures that preserve the deep flavor of love over a lifetime. Late afternoon sunlight filters through the gaps of a quiet barn, catching slow-moving dust in the air. Lydia and Isaac stand near the center of the room, working methodically on an old ladder. The space carries the dry, earthy scent of fresh sawdust. Beneath their fingers, the timber feels smooth, sanded down by years of weather and heavy use. The rhythm of their work is hypnotic. Sandpaper bites into the grain, moving back and forth across the rungs in a slow, continuous sweep. They divide the labor seamlessly. Isaac places his weight firmly at the base, holding the legs steady against the floorboards, while Lydia secures the higher reach, bracing the frame from above. The space between them is completely silent. Their practiced, synchronized shifts in weight communicate everything required to complete the task. Building a solid foundation relies entirely on this kind of shared physical effort. Step by step, it requires a patient, steady balance, where holding the ground is just as vital as reaching upward. Outside, heavy rain streaks the dark glass of a window. Inside the study, the air is warm, enclosed, and perfectly still. Sophia and Arthur sit close together at a thick oak desk. Resting between them is a freshly folded handwritten letter. Arthur strikes a match. He touches the open flame to a small wick and brings a solid stick of deep crimson wax toward the fire. The edges of the hard wax catch the heat. Slowly, the rigid surface yields to the rising temperature, glistening as it begins to soften into a liquid. A heavy, dark red drop separates from the stick, falling slowly to pool onto the textured cream-colored paper below. Sophia takes a heavy brass stamp and presses it firmly into the center of the molten puddle, mechanically binding the fold of the envelope. They leave it untouched on the desk. For a few quiet moments, the wax cools, hardening into a permanent, unbroken seal. It requires warmth to soften our initial defenses and time to fully set in place. Once it does, it leaves a lasting mark, designed entirely to protect the vulnerability inside. The day's burdens have entirely ceased. Moonlight stretches across a silent hallway, casting long shadows toward a tall, antique grandfather clock. Alice and George rest deeply in two armchairs facing the dial. Their hands are empty, stripped of all tasks and outward actions. The only movement in the house comes from the rhythmic, mechanical ticking echoing softly off the walls. Behind the glass pane, a heavy brass pendulum makes its unending sweep, gliding evenly from left to right. The rhythm pulls them in. Gradually, the slow rise and fall of their breathing naturally synchronizes with the sway of the brass. The doors are locked, and the outside world is completely shut away. The hallway provides a space of total, uninterrupted security. Sitting in the near dark, their constant, unspoken presence beside one another feels just as reliable and just as grounding as the steady weight of the pendulum. Endurance is rarely forged in grand, sudden gestures. It is found in this quiet persistence, the uneventful, steady rhythm of simply being present for one another as the hours drift into years. We begin with a surface that resists. Raw pine wood, coarse, uneven. With every slow, deliberate pass of the sandpaper, moisture of the garden. To preserve these herbs, we must wait. There is no chemical substitute for the hours required to slowly draw water out of a living leaf. This cross-section shows the wait. Blue water molecules migrate through outer pores, while dense yellow oils remain trapped inside the cell. If forced with high heat, this architecture shatters. The walls rupture and the oils evaporate away, leaving only a flavorless husk. This biological requirement for time stands in direct opposition to a world measuring value by would be accelerated without destroying the final result. This same chemistry applies to the early days of a partnership. The depth and character of a shared life are like those essential oils. They aren't manufactured through intensity, but gathered through the unhurried passage of time, allowing a bond to concentrate until it is strong enough to last. There is a specific earthen weight to an unglazed clay pot as it is set down on a kitchen counter, a sound of permanence. Inside, dried beans are submerged in cold water. In the dark, they do the silent work of soaking, expanding and softening through a slow, natural absorption that happens long before the fire is even lit. When we finally place the vessel into the low heat of an oven, the thick, porous walls of the clay begin to respond to the temperature. This is thermal mass. Heat slowly saturates the thick clay, radiating evenly to wrap the contents in consistent, gentle warmth. Compare this to a thin metal pan. Here, heat is aggressive and localized, creating scorching spikes at the base, while the rest remains cold. Within the clay, a steady 6-hour simmer achieves a complete transformation. It breaks down the toughest fibers and proteins without compromising the physical shape of what is being cooked. This deep change occurs without any active interference or grand gestures. It is the result of a single low-level commitment to being present. A lasting relationship is nourished by this same thermal consistency. It is not the quick, fiery moments that sustain a life together, but the unglamorous, daily warmth of simply showing up, a quiet, steady radiance that softens the edges of the day and feeds the heart. In the fading porch light, we use a soft cloth to wipe a cool brass lantern hood, preparing for the night.
We strike a match, watching the spark catch and climb. We touch it to the cotton wick, watching a vulnerable flame take hold. But as we step out into the evening, we meet the wind. Outside the lantern, the air is turbulent, threatening to snuff out the light before it has a chance to grow. The curved brass hood manages this threat. Forceful air currents are cleanly deflected up and around. Simultaneously, the lantern draws in just enough oxygen through its base to keep the fire breathing, a precise balance of what to let in and keep out. Behind the glass, the flame remains perfectly still. It does not flicker, it does not fight. It simply glows in a space where the wind no longer has any power. Focus on that steady, unwavering light. Feel the stillness that exists when a boundary is finally held. When two people decide what to deflect and what to cherish, they create this same sanctuary.
It is a protective geometry that guards their inner peace, ensuring that no matter how the world pulls at the glass, the light inside is safe. And you are safe enough now to let go and sleep. The hour is late. In the quiet warmth of the studio, an empty pottery wheel continues its steady, rhythmic spin, bathed in amber glow. Clara sits near the workbench, perfectly still. Her hands, usually covered in clay and constantly in motion, finally rest in her lap as she surrenders to the depths of the night. Across the hall, in a room carrying the rich, dry scent of sawdust, Julian works. A deep, inward quietness has settled over him lately, replacing his usual hum of activity. As the evening hours have stretched on, a profound, heavy silence has moved into the space between their two separate rooms. When the world outside stops moving, the mind often speeds up. The stillness of the house amplifies the noise echoing in Clara's head. In the dark, her thoughts begin to race. She replays their recent conversations, turning each word over, searching the memory of their evening for a hidden misstep or an unseen fracture. To Clara, this growing quiet feels like the sound of two people slowly, imperceptibly pulling away from one another. Her pulse quickens with these assumptions, even as she hears Julian down the hall, his movements slow, calm, and steady as he closes up his workshop. The human mind instinctively treats the absence of constant verbal reassurance as a sign of imminent breakage. Clara draws her attention back to the physical room. Resting on the heavy wooden table in front of her is a newly finished ceramic bowl, cast in a deep, rich azure. Hours ago, this piece was locked inside the kiln, enduring an environment of intense, chaotic heat. Now it sits in the cool air of the studio, shedding its temperature degree by degree. She leans in closer. Across the smooth, glassy surface of the bowl, a delicate web of microscopic, spiderweb-like cracks catches the ambient light. Potters often call these crazing cracks. They occur naturally as the materials react to the shifting environment of the studio. These lines represent an inevitable byproduct of the creation process, signaling that the piece is successfully adjusting to its final form. To understand why these cracks form, we have to look at the structural duality of the piece. Beneath the surface is a thick, porous, and dense clay body. Layered over it is a thin, sleek coating of glass, known as the glaze. When a piece is removed from the kiln, these two entirely different elements face a sudden temperature drop. Heat rapidly escapes from both material layers. Because they are different elements, the clay and the glass shrink and settle at highly unequal rates. The clay contracts only slightly, while the top glaze layer pulls tight, attempting to shrink much faster, creating immense horizontal tension. The glaze must fracture in these microscopic ways to accommodate the shifting, rigid clay beneath it. Crazing represents a necessary mechanical settling, a release of internal pressure keeping the entire vessel from shattering. Clara gently traces the rim of the warm azure bowl. The physical object sits solidly on the table, its surface covered in the map of its own cooling. The heavy silence in the studio functions like the cooling glass of the bowl. Clara and Julian are two distinct materials moving through the pressures of their day, cooling and processing at their own unique pace. Just as the glaze fractures to find a stable equilibrium with the clay, Julian's quietness provides the space needed to adjust to the new, shared shape of their eating. Long-term relationships incorporate this natural crazing phase, where two different individuals learn to accommodate each other's shifting shapes without breaking apart. The studio remains bathed in golden amber light, and the pottery wheel continues its slow, steady hum in the corner. Clara releases a soft, deep breath into the quiet room, her nocturnal anxiety finally subsiding. The vessel is perfectly whole, and the silence is the sound of everything finally settling into place. Outside, the cold rain is falling in a soft, steady rhythm, gently washing over the quiet, sleeping world. But inside the dim shelter of the garage, the air is dry and warm. Clara draws a sheet of sandpaper over a block of pale pine, carefully wearing down the sharp corners. Beside her, James positions a small steel nail. With a few gentle, rhythmic taps of his hammer, the separate cuts of wood begin to join together. The space is heavy with the sweet, earthy scent of freshly cut timber. There is no urgency in their movements, only the comfortable silence of two people working in quiet companionship. They are building a nesting box. Piece by piece, they are assembling a sturdy, physical sanctuary, designed specifically to shelter something fragile from the elements. Two separate cuts of pine rarely fit perfectly at first. They have their own grains, their own knots, and their own histories of growth. In those early months of a relationship, much of the work is just like this, patiently sanding away the friction and the rough edges, until two distinct lives can finally press together with resistance. Through that steady, shared effort, a quiet, sturdy structure is formed. It becomes a foundation, a reliable place where both partners can step out of the weather, feel safe, and finally rest. We leave the rain behind and step into a kitchen, where a wide wooden table is bathed in the golden, angled sunlight of late afternoon. In the center of that light, Isaac's hands move steadily, rolling a small mound of dark, wet clay between his palms, softening it with the heat of his skin. Maya takes the heavy earth and presses it down, shaping the edges until it forms a small, hollow dome. With a wooden pin, she pierces the top, leaving a pattern of tiny, precise holes. There is a beautiful, unhurried pace to this task. The wet clay cannot be forced to set. It must sit quietly in the sun, slowly drying in its own time. Once the earth is entirely dry, they place fresh, fragrant sprigs of mint and basil beneath the dome. The porous clay goes to work in the dark, patiently drawing the moisture out of the leaves. This simple act gathers up the sweet, vibrant scent of summer, holding it safe for the harsh winter days that wait ahead. A shared life requires a similar kind of foresight. We have to purposefully catch the moments of warmth and sweetness while they are still in season. We store these memories away as essential reserves, knowing that the easy warmth of the present will eventually give way to harder, colder seasons. When the frost does arrive, these preserved memories are brought down from the shelf. They offer a fragrant reminder of the sun, keeping a couple warm from the inside out. Deep in the house, the evening light is dimming. Elena and Julian stand before a heavy wooden cabinet, gently pulling at a door that catches and refuses to open smoothly. Elena tips a small glass vial, letting a single drop of golden oil slide directly into the tightest crevice of the dull brass hinge. With a soft cloth, Julian rubs away decades of dust, tracing the curves of the metal until its hidden, warm shine returns to the surface. He pulls the handle, and this time the wood glides backward. The door swings freely, back and forth, completely silently. The hinge itself represents a delicate physical balance. Its purpose is to hold the heavy wood tightly to the frame, yet it knows exactly how to yield and bend to allow for movement. The strength of the connection isn't found in how rigid it is, but in how it handles the weight of the door as it moves. A lasting partnership finds this same balance, holding someone close enough to keep them safe, but loose enough to let them grow. This allows a partner to swing freely and change as the years pass, while ensuring they are always safely connected to their home.
At a quiet summer cabin tucked away from the noise of the city, there is a deep stone well. For Mia and Noah, getting water means relying on an antique wooden bucket. But wood is an organic material, and it reacts to its environment. In the dry, late summer heat, the moisture simply evaporates from the timber. The individual slats begin to shrink, pulling away from one another and creating tiny, nearly invisible fissures. The result is immediate. When dropped into the well, the bucket can no longer hold the weight it was built to carry. The water slips right through the split seams, rendering the tool useless. Mia and Noah do not throw it away. Instead, they carry the empty vessel up to the porch, sit down side by side, and decide to actively address the problem. The repair requires precise physical coordination. Noah grips the heavy metal bands, holding the outer structure completely steady, while Mia uses a mallet to gently tap the loose wooden slats back into their proper places. Here is a cross-section showing the final, critical step of the repair. They submerge the newly tightened bucket into a tub of water and leave the wood to soak. As the timber absorbs the moisture, the cellular structure physically expands. The wood swells outward, pressing firmly against the neighboring slots and naturally closing those empty gaps to form a perfectly tight seal. A partnership operates much like that wooden vessel. Time and dry spells will inevitably create cracks. When those leaks appear, a lasting bond requires two people willing to sit down, coordinate the maintenance, and give the structure to swell back together. When autumn arrives, the environment grows volatile. From the safety of their living room window, Liam and Chloe sit closely together, watching a heavy, unpredictable storm sweep across their property. High above the ground, fully exposed to the elements, sits a weathered iron wind vane shaped like a rooster, mounted to the barn roof. The storm is relentless. The wind howls and rapidly shifts direction, throwing sudden, immense physical pressure against everything in its path. Yet, the metal rooster survives. Its mechanical secret is quite simple. It refuses to stand rigid and fight the incoming force of the wind. This schematic illustrates the design. Mounted on a free spinning axis, the object instantly rotates into the heaviest gusts. When force strikes the broad side, the structure pivots 90 degrees. Wind flows cleanly over the narrowest edge, drastically dropping wind resistance. Down below, Liam and Chloe watch the rooster dart and turn. It remains completely unbroken because it perfectly adapts to the harsh conditions. External pressures are guaranteed in any shared life. You cannot control the weather. Survival requires flexibility. By compromising and pivoting together, you allow the heaviest winds to pass over you, without ever snapping the underlying structure. Deep in a quiet forest, Sophia and Ethan wade slowly into the shallow, cool water of a gentle stream.
Reaching beneath the clear surface, Ethan pulls up two small river pebbles. They are perfectly round, bearing absolutely no sharp angles. He hands one of the stones over to Sophia. As they hold them, they can feel the soft, comforting texture of the rocks resting easily against their palms. This diagram traces the geologic history of these stones. Countless years ago, these rocks were highly irregular, covered in jagged edges. Carried down the riverbed, continuous water flow forced the stones to tumble and grind against one another decade after decade. That constant rolling and persistent gentle friction slowly but surely wore away the harshest corners of the rock. Time acts just like the river. The daily friction of sharing a life with someone will naturally grind down your roughest edges. Over the years, that constant contact shapes you, leaving two people smooth, comfortable, and perfectly molded to one another. Out in the elements, the environment is rarely forgiving. The wind presses against the pines, the temperature drops, and the daylight begins to fail. The instinct, when the air turns biting, is simply to find a place to hide, a sanctuary from the cold. Inside, away from the dropping temperature, we find Grace and Thomas. They are moving quietly, selecting heavy, unrefined stones from a pile on the floor, preparing to build a hearth. These materials are entirely raw. The rock feels cool to the touch, carrying a dense, uncompromising weight. Their fingers trace the uneven, jagged textures, finding the ridges and flat planes of each individual piece. Setting them into place is a matter of patience and physics. There is no way to force a dry stack wall. They have to lift, rotate, and test every single rock to see if its weight will find a natural, secure seat in the one below it. And then a match strikes. The heavy, exhaustive physical labor of stacking stone immediately gives way to something entirely different, a soft, weightless orange glow that instantly blooms across the room. As the fire catches, the howling wind outside begins to sound very far away. The room fills with the close, rhythmic crackle of dry wood burning. The space is completely sealed. An archway gains its strength from the weight it carries. In these early years, security is found in this same structural integrity, the slow, deliberate assembly of heavy, immovable boundaries to create a permanent shield against the chaos outside. Only once the structure is solid can the interior begin the work of generating its own warmth. Let's step away from the fire, allow the room to cool, and move over to the smooth, expansive surface of a wide oak table. Here, Iris and Leo are surrounded by loose textiles. Across the table, there are disconnected fragments of fabric, pieces of faded denim, soft white cotton, and old shirts that have lost their original shape. Look closely at how stitching actually works. A silver needle pierces the layered fabric, pulling a heavy thread through, permanently binding two completely isolated pieces of material together. Iris and Leo do not need to speak to coordinate their movements. Their hands work in a steady, synchronized loop. One smooths the wrinkled cloth flat against the wood, while the other guides the needle through. Every patch on the table carries a distinct timestamp. The bright cotton might hold the memory of a summer afternoon, while the faded blue square represents an entirely ordinary quiet Tuesday. The room settles into a hypnotic rhythm, the soft pull of the thread, the pressing of the seams, over and over, filling the quiet space with patient, repetitive motion. This companionship is an act of mechanical synthesis. It is the work of stitching together bright memories and plain days into a single, continuous timeline. By connecting those isolated moments, you eventually weave a layer broad enough to cover and comfort both people when the temperature drops. Now leave the house behind. The air releases us into an expansive outdoor garden, lit only by silver moonlight, where a cool mist hovers quietly over the damp soil. Sophia and Arthur are kneeling close to the earth. Before them is a dense, established patch of wild mint, its dark green leaves completely undisturbed. Notice what happens with the slightest movement. Arthur simply brushes the top of the leaves with the back of his hand, and without any exertion, a sharp, incredibly sweet scent fills the damp air. There are no seeds to plant here. The maintenance is entirely minimal. Sophia quietly tilts a heavy watering can, delivering moisture straight to the established roots hidden below the surface. Wild mint carries a brilliant biological resilience. It is programmed by nature to retreat into the earth during the freeze and independently return to life every spring, without asking for permission. This biological cycle is effortless. You don't have to haul heavy stones from the forest to build a foundation. The plant already knows exactly what to do. A legacy survives on biological renewal rather than active construction. It requires only the gentle tending of unseen roots to naturally and consistently regenerate. The ultimate reward for that quiet, long-term care is trust. You know the life will return, fresh and familiar, year after year. Listen to the quiet rhythm of the rain against the window pane. Inside, the room is warm, still, and anchored by a simple, repetitive sound. Grace and Liam sit across from one another, their hands working carefully as the old, worn fabric gives way, tearing neatly down the seam into long, continuous strips. The materials they hold carry entirely different memories. In Liam's hands is a stiff, heavy blue work shirt from a job he left years ago. Grace holds the remnants of a soft, faded green dress she wore through endless summer afternoons. At first, these strips resist each other. The dense cotton of the blue shirt and the light, airy fabric of the green dress have different textures and weights. When laid side by side, they buckle and twist, refusing to naturally lay flat or intertwine. This animated diagram illustrates the underlying structural logic of a braid. To bind the materials, 3 independent, fragile strands must be repeatedly crossed over one another. As they weave left over right, then right over left, they create a tightly bound, centralized structural core out of pieces that would otherwise snap under pressure. As the weave tightens, we see the mechanics of tensile strength, the maximum stress a material can bear without pulling apart. The intersecting tension of the braided fabric physically locks the loose fibers in place, holding them firm against opposing forces and preventing the ends from unraveling. When these braided ropes are coiled and stitched into a rug, this continuous, overlapping pattern serves a vital physical purpose. Any heavy weight pressing downward is instantly and evenly distributed outward across the interwoven rings, absorbing the impact across the entire surface rather than tearing a single thread. A lasting relationship is built much the same way. It requires the slow, patient work of taking 2 different pasts, with all their contrasting textures and experiences, and deliberately weaving them together. Over time, that continuous effort builds a soft, resilient foundation, perfectly designed to support the shared weight of a life together. The scene shifts to the stillness of a cold, early morning kitchen. The sun has barely risen, and the air carries a sharp chill. Maya and Oliver move around each other in the dim light, navigating the small space in complete, comfortable silence. Oliver's movements are deliberate and practiced. He fills a heavy cast-iron teapot with cold tap water and sets it gently onto the burner. There is no need for forced conversation or early morning pleasantries. The familiar ritual speaks for them. They lean against the counters, simply waiting. They are relying entirely on the predictable, steady rhythm of this morning routine, trusting the process rather than attempting to artificially rush a connection. Heat transfers via conduction as Barmal energy penetrates the iron base. Next, we see molecular excitation. Water molecules absorb heat, gaining kinetic energy to bounce with increasing force. Transitioning to gas, vapor expands rapidly, building pressure until escaping the spout, creating a steady whistle. Long-term love endures through these exact mechanisms. It relies on small, shared daily rituals, acting like a slow heating teapot. These gentle routines patiently draw the temperature up, bringing a steady warmth back into a quiet room without the need to constantly strike a grand, exhausting fire. Now, we find ourselves in a quiet dining room, bathed in the soft light of afternoon. Alice sits at the table and carefully opens a small, faded velvet box, revealing a single silver spoon that they acquired many decades ago. The passage of time has heavily marked the object. It sits dark against the velvet, its surface completely dull, matte, and nearly unrecognizable from the brilliant piece they first brought home. Jack pulls up a chair beside Alice. He takes a small jar of polish and a soft cotton cloth, settling in for the slow, deliberate physical effort required to firmly rub the darkened metal. This animated micro-level diagram illustrates the chemical process of oxidation. Over many years, the pure silver slowly reacts with trace amounts of sulfur naturally present in the ambient air. This chemical reaction forms an irregular dark crust of oxidized particles, a compound called silver sulfide, that bonds tightly over the smooth metal below. The mechanics of polishing require direct, sustained friction. As the soft cloth presses against the surface, it provides just enough physical and chemical force to break the bonds holding the silver sulfide together. It systematically strips away the dark oxidized layer while leaving the harder metal beneath completely unscratched. With the tarnish entirely swept away, the pure elemental silver underneath is finally exposed. Once again, the ambient light in the room hits the newly smooth surface and reflects perfectly outward, shining exactly as brightly as it did all those decades ago. True love acts like solid silver. The simple passage of time will naturally dull the surface of any relationship, quietly building up layers of routine and wear. But deliberate, focused care and attention will always polish away the years, revealing the bright, unbroken, and enduring bond that was waiting underneath all along. In a quiet, sunlit room, two pairs of hands work side by side at a wide loom. Together, they slowly pass a smooth wooden spindle back and forth through a dense grid of taut threads. The spindle itself is remarkably light, carved from a dense wood and worn completely smooth. It never stops moving, gliding steadily from left to right and back again. Sienna and Noah are operating this loom in perfect synchronization. Their movements alternate in a steady rhythm, requiring both of them to surrender their individual pacing and align their focus onto a single shared motion. Stretched across the frame are hundreds of separate vertical threads. On their own, they are fragile and completely independent, but with every pass of the spindle, the horizontal yarn weaves over and under, pulling these disparate lines together. The direct consequence of this repetitive, continuous motion is happening just below their hands. The separate threads disappear, and a single, unified piece of solid fabric begins to emerge. This process demands strict patience. The structural pattern of the cloth cannot be rushed or forced. If the hands pull the yarn too tightly or move too quickly, the threads will snap, and the tension of the entire loom will fail. Building a new relationship requires this exact rhythm. Two independent lives slowly align their focus, one deliberate exchange at a time, patiently weaving their separate efforts into a strong, warm foundation. Years later, the bright sunlight of those early days softens. We move into the cool, quiet shadows of an evening pantry, where the environment is entirely still. Resting firmly on a thick wooden shelf is a large clay storage jar. It holds a heavy, grounded physical presence, its earthen walls dense and cold to the touch. Thomas approaches the shelf. It takes a deliberate, two-handed effort as he grips the rim and lifts the heavy, textured cover up and away. Beside him, Grace carefully pours the contents of a small harvest inside. They are engaged in the act of safekeeping, deliberately placing something of immense shared value into the dark interior.
Thomas sets the lid back into place. Its sheer physical weight drops heavily into the ceramic groove, locking shut and instantly isolating the interior from the damp air and the external environment. The functional logic of thick clay is exactly why it has been used for millennia. Fired earth does not yield, shift, or breathe. It offers absolute, permanent protection from outside elements and decay, holding its contents perfectly safe. A lasting relationship relies on this kind of secure, protective boundary. By creating an unyielding container between themselves and the outside world, two people preserve their shared trust against unpredictable shifts and external pressures. Decades into a shared life, the focus narrows down to a dark, entirely still kitchen in the early hours of the morning, long before the sun rises. Mounted on the face of the lowest wooden cabinet is a mundane microscale object, a single small brass drawer pull. Looking closely at the brass reveals a stark visual anomaly. The outer edges of the metal are dark and oxidized by time, yet right in the center, the brass shines with a bright, clean polish. The physics of this anomaly are straightforward. That polished sheen is the direct physical evidence of friction, the result of thousands of brief, repeated micro-touches occurring in the exact same spot over many years. In the dim light of the kitchen, Chloe and Oliver step around each other to prepare their morning tea. They reach past one another, sliding drawers and lifting kettles in a seamless, wordless choreography. Their physical synchronization maps directly to a deep psychological adaptation. Over decades, their individual, unspoken daily habits have entirely molded to accommodate the presence of the other person. There is no longer the sweeping, concentrated physical effort that was required to weave the early fabric of their lives. That active building phase has dissolved into these nearly invisible, effortless gestures. The most enduring connections are sustained by the mundane. A deeply rooted bond survives through quiet, repetitive routines, where every small shared habit acts to continuously polish and preserve the relationship over time. In the quiet warmth of a late evening kitchen, the air is heavy with the soothing scent of roasted tea leaves. Clara and Oliver sit across from one another at a small wooden table, anchored by the simple, grounding comfort of a shared pot. The steaming water pours in a steady, calming arc, falling smoothly from the spout of an old, delicately cracked porcelain kettle. If you look closely at the ceramic, you can trace the physical history of the object. Bright, golden lines of lacquer map across its surface, showing exactly where it was once shattered and meticulously put back together. Despite its fragmented past, the vessel holds the boiling water without a single leak. Clara and Oliver have carried this kettle through years of shared mornings. Its survival makes it their most cherished piece. They recognize that their own history follows this same pattern of endurance. Any long-term bond inevitably faces sudden impacts, seasons of tension, and moments of breakage. The strength of their connection comes from the deliberate act of gathering the pieces. They choose to move slowly, mending the structure rather than discarding what has been damaged. Choosing to gently repair the cracks together allows the healed places to become the strongest parts of the bond. Far from the kitchen on a breezy afternoon, the garden is alive with rustling leaves. Sophia and Lucas kneel together in the tall grass, working to clear away years of overgrown vines from an old stone sundial. There is a satisfying rhythm to their effort, slowly pulling the leafy tangles away to reveal the heavy, weathered face of the time-telling dial beneath. This layout shows how the sun must cast a clear geometric shadow across numbered markers for the dial to provide direction. But when a passing cloud drifts overhead, the light softens. The shadow fades away entirely, leaving the markers blank and the tool temporarily silent. Sophia and Lucas simply sit back in the grass beside the empty stone. They rest their hands, unbothered by this sudden lack of time or direction. They accept that relationships experience these same natural shifts.
There will be days where communication falters and the path forward feels temporarily obscured or unclear. You do not need to force clarity during these stretches. Often, the best course is to sit together patiently and wait for the light to return. As the afternoon stretches into a late summer evening, the air turns cool and still. At the edge of the woods, Miat and Ethan are working steadily along the exterior wall of their small wooden house. The atmosphere is filled with the crisp, earthy scent of fresh cedar wood. The rhythmic, steady tap of their hammers echoes into the fading light, an active preparation for the long winter ahead. They move with practiced care, taking a fresh, brightly colored cut of wood and tapping it smoothly into place to fill a gap where the older, weathered material had worn away. This continuous routine of maintenance represents the ultimate evolution of love, the daily, quiet effort required to keep a shared life secure. The resilience learned from past repairs and the patience practiced during cloudy days culminate here. They stand shoulder to shoulder, buffering the home against external storms. Because of their steady attention to these small details, the house stands strong. It holds its warmth against the impending cold, secured by their joint effort. True partnership is a shelter built side by side. By checking on each other and replacing what is worn down, you keep the cold out and create.
The room was quiet when Anna lifted the lid of the old cedar chest. Inside, beneath folded memories, lay an unfinished patchwork quilt. The incomplete pattern brought back the unique shorthand of her time with Samuel, the way they could finish each other's sentences, and how their laughter felt like a private language. Seeing those loose threads was a reminder that they had possessed a rare, effortless compatibility. But they had tried to build a life during the chaotic storm of their early 20s, between grueling work schedules and constant relocation and the turbulent anxiety of youth. The fabric of their daily connection simply frayed under the pressure. They were exactly the people they were looking for. The tragedy was simply the timing. The sheer velocity of that specific chapter in their lives made it impossible to stay joined. Decades later, their relentless youth has finally given way to the quiet stability of middle age. The erratic schedules have been replaced by a steady, predictable rhythm. As Anna sits by the window and pulls the heavy thread through the patchwork, she is finishing what they started. This physical binding of the fabric reflects the deep grounding they found in each other now that the storm has passed. Love relies on the season of life in which you meet. Two beautiful lives cannot always hold together when they are sown during a storm. Real connection needs the steady ground of a calm season to take root and hold. In the quiet hum of a watchmaking shop, Arthur works alone. His partner, Evelyn, is traveling on the other side of the country, leaving a heavy, quiet absence in her wake. To mark the distance, he mounts 2 clock movements side by side on a shared pine wall. He sets them entirely out of sync, their pendulums swinging in disjointed, conflicting rhythms. Arthur is relying on a mechanical phenomenon known as sympathetic resonance. It is a process where two oscillating objects that share a physical foundation will gradually influence one another until they move together. This diagram shows the energy traveling. The dominant clock sends microscopic vibrations invisibly through the wooden wall. The lighter pendulum absorbs those waves, taking in kinetic energy to minutely adjust its path. Given time, the two rhythms align, ticking in perfect unison. Forcing two partners to move in perfect harmony before they are ready can ruin the very mechanism of the relationship. When we give each other space, the invisible bond of love can quietly work across the distance to bring us into alignment. Outside, the air has turned cold in an autumn orchard, where Nina and Robert are walking slowly between the rows of trees. Nina is ready to move forward into a deep commitment, but Robert is hesitating. He is caught in an internal retreat, still trying to heal from the wounds of a past heartbreak. Robert pauses to look at a winter pear still clinging to a bare branch. If they were to pluck it and eat it right now, the flesh would be harsh, hard, and bitterly starchy. This diagram illustrates the biological necessity of the cold. When freezing temperatures hit the fruit,
They trigger a deliberate cellular breakdown inside the pear, cracking apart the rigid starch molecules. That breakdown allows the bitter starch to dissolve and reform into sweet, digestible sugar. The living room is still. David and Maya are separated by a few feet of sofa and several days of a heavy, unresolved silence. On the very edge of the table sits a ceramic teacup, worn smooth at the rim from years of use. A sharp movement jolts the table. The cup tips, hangs for a second in the air, and then meets the floor. It doesn't shatter into dust, but into 5 distinct, jagged pieces. David doesn't reach for a broom. Instead, he kneels and collects the fragments. At the table, he begins mixing a thick lacquer, stirring in a fine, heavy gold powder until the liquid glows. His movements are slow. He applies the gold to the raw, white edges of the ceramic, holding the pieces together with a steady, patient pressure until the bond takes hold. This is the logic of kintsugi. The lacquer doesn't just join the pieces, it reinforces the fracture. The gold becomes a structural map of the object's history, turning the point of failure into the strongest part of the vessel. The cup is placed back in the light. It is whole again, though it is now bisected by a network of bright, permanent scars. The history of the break is now the most visible thing about the cup. By choosing not to discard the fragments or hide the damage, the vessel becomes a different object entirely, durable because it has already survived its own collapse. Robert and Nina walk through a heavy mist in an apple orchard in the early morning. The air is cold enough to see their breath. They walk in parallel, preoccupied by the reality of how much they have changed. The people they were a decade ago have been replaced by new interests and different ambitions. There is a specific kind of vertigo in realizing you are no longer the person your partner first met, and the fear that those new versions might not have a place for one another. An old orchardist, moving through the rows, stops them. He points to a tree near the center of the grove that looks different from the others. The bark is thick and gnarled. At chest height, there is a prominent ringed scar where the texture of the wood changes abruptly. This is a graft, binding 2 living tissues together. Once healed, the branches rely on a shared trunk to pull nutrients from the soil. Though sharing roots, the branches freely diverge. One produces tart fruit, the other sweet. Different, yet supported by the same earth. The tree thrives because it doesn't force the branches to match. Standing in the mist, the space between Robert and Nina starts to feel less like a widening gap and more like the necessary room for a different kind of harvest. In a garden, Liam and Sophia sit together. There is a wall between them that feels solid, built out of months of unanswered questions. Liam wants to reach through that wall. He wants the clarity of an explanation, but the more he demands it, the more Sophia seems to brace herself against the pressure. She holds a wooden jewelry box in her lap. It's an old object, the lid held shut by a heavy, stubborn brass lock. Liam stops asking. He turns away and begins to clear the overgrown edge of the garden, moving through the dirt and the weeds. He moves a heavy, smooth stone that has been half buried in the soil for years, an object he's tripped over many times before. Tucked into the depression in the dirt, he finds a small, tarnished brass key, something lost and forgotten until the moment the stone was finally lifted. He cleans the grit from the metal and sets the key on the bench beside Sophia. He doesn't ask her to use it. He simply goes back to his work in the garden. After a long time, Sophia picks up the key. It slides into the lock with no resistance. There is a soft mechanical click as the internal tumblers align. Had the wood been forced or the lock hammered, the mechanism would have seized permanently. The box is intact. It opens not because of a demand, but because the pressure was removed. There is a specific kind of safety that arrives only when the urge to force an ending. The wood of the antique dough trough feels cool and smooth, its edges rounded by years of steady domestic work. Sarah runs a hand along the rim, finding the familiar rhythm of the grain. The air in the kitchen is heavy with sunlight as Benjamin joins her, his presence filling the space beside her in a quiet, shared silence. Inside the trough, The flower is piled into a pale, soft landscape. It is cool to the touch, a fine dust that seems to hold the stillness of the afternoon within it. A slow stream of warm water begins to bridge the gap between the dry ingredients. The heat from the water travels through the flower, beginning the slow, inevitable process of binding everything together into a single weight. Together, the two of them lean into the task. Their hands move in a synchronized press and fold, a repetitive circular motion that turns the loose mixture into something resilient and strong. The physical effort requires a steady focus, a slight strain in the shoulders that pulls the mind away from the distractions of the day. Elena and Marcus sit together in the dimming house, the only sound the faint ticking of a clock as they wait for the evening meal to finish. Beyond the glass, the weather has turned. A cold, steady rain streaks the window pane, a reminder of the sharp, damp world that exists just inches away from the threshold. They sit side by side in the low light, comfortable in the shared anticipation. There is no urgency here, only the steady, quiet warmth of the kitchen acting as a barrier against the storm outside. When the pie is moved to the table, the clay plate reveals its strength. Because of its density, it holds the heat long after the oven has been turned off, acting as a reservoir for the warmth it has gathered. As they eat, that stored heat radiates into their hands. It is a deep, persistent warmth that makes the cold wind rattling the window feel distant and inconsequential. The rain continues its work outside, but the influence of the clay remains. It is an enduring heat that lingers in the room, creating a space where the outside world simply cannot reach. In the deepest part of the night, a heavy brass key hangs from a wrought iron hook. Its metal is cool and dark, reflecting the dying light of the stone fireplace. Chloe and Lucas are at the very end of their day. Every door is locked, every light is dimmed, and the weight of their remaining obligations has finally vanished. Lucas reaches for the key, fitting it into the valve with a slow, deliberate turn. It is a final mechanical seal, cutting the flow and signaling the end of the day's fire. The active, bright flames recede into the logs. The room darkens as the fire settles into a bed of glowing orange embers, pulsing softly, but entirely still. A profound silence settles over the house. Every chore is done, the path to the morning is clear, and the security of the locked home is absolute. In this stillness, the mind finally accepts what the room already knows. The watch is being kept, the embers are safe, and the only thing left to do is drift away into the dark. The morning mist is thick enough to feel, a cold dampness clinging to the evergreens and settling on the heavy brass of the compass. Nora and Liam move in a shared rhythm, their boots finding purchase on the slick forest floor as they step deeper into the gray silence. Inside the casing, unmarked trail requires a specific kind of tolerance for the unknown. There are no markers here, only the constant requirement to choose a direction and trust the person walking beside you. When the trees thicken, Liam stops. He doesn't lead or dictate the turn, he simply waits, allowing the silence to hold until Nora finds the heading on the dial. In this space, the only data points are sensory: the crunch of damp leaves, the solid weight of metal, and the synchronized sound of breathing. Every new commitment begins in this kind of unmapped space. It relies on small, constant adjustments to ensure both people are still moving toward the same distant point. There is a common expectation that a successful partnership should follow a single, predictable line, but the terrain of a shared life is rarely that cooperative. Eventually, a rigid plan snaps into disorganized fragments. Security is found in the act of recalibration. It is the shared decision to pause when the path disappears and plot a new way forward together. In the fading twilight of the backyard, hands work with raw willow. The wood is cool and damp, and it gives way slowly as it is woven through the lattice. Iris and Luke move in tandem, passing the long, supple branches back and forth. They work without instructions, responding only to the resistance of the wood and the movement of the other. Willow is chosen for its unique physical properties. It contains enough moisture to bend deeply without snapping, creating a structure that derives its strength from its flexibility. The air smells of wet bark and cooling earth. Above them, the sky has shifted into a deep, bruised purple. This isn't the aggressive construction of a stone wall built to block the world out. It is a deliberate, gentle shaping of a barrier that still allows the garden to breathe. A shared life requires this same kind of permeable protection, an emotional boundary that encloses the relationship without isolating the people within it. This diagram illustrates how a healthy boundary functions. It is a soft perimeter that defines a private space, serving as a container for what is precious. Inside this protected space, love has room to grow, shielded from the constant friction of the world. The kitchen is dim, lit only by a low amber glow. Outside, the rain is steady against the glass, creating a rhythmic sound that makes the room feel smaller and more secure. On the stove, a silver tea kettle holds a dull reflection of the room. Its surface is marked by years of use, a quiet witness to 1,000 ordinary nights. The burner clicks and the coil begins to glow. It is a simple energy transfer, a steady heat rising to meet the cold metal. Chloe and Marcus exist in the silence of the room. They are entirely comfortable, their presence together requiring no performance and no explanation. You can hear the micro details of the moment, the low metallic hum of boiling water, the tapping of the rain, and the resonant sound of water poured into a mug. We are often taught to look for romance in explosive gestures, but those fires are difficult to keep lit. This graph illustrates two different ways to fuel a connection. The red wave represents a volatile spike of passion, intense but brief. The steady gold curve shows the impact of daily sustainment, the quiet persistence that keeps a bond from cooling. Lasting affection is found in these repetitive tweezes. It is the simple act of warming water, choosing to provide comfort over and over again. The room is perfectly still, save for the steady, quiet rhythm of a metal blade against soft wood. Noah sits at the edge of the kitchen table, a rough, unshaped block resting in his hands. He moves the knife with a quiet, methodical precision, slowly hollowing out the center. Across the table, Sienna watches his hands work, following each deliberate stroke as the block begins to take the shape of a small, shallow bowl. The material itself is remarkably light, yet it holds a dense, earthy resilience. Even after being separated from the tree, the wood seems to retain a faint, natural warmth beneath Noah's fingers. He sets the knife down and switches to sandpaper, applying gentle, continuous friction. Slowly, the coarse, jagged edges wear away, giving way to perfectly smooth, rounded curves that feel safe to the touch. The object finds its purpose when he wipes away the remaining dust and pours in a handful of coarse, white sea salt, letting the crystals settle into the smooth wooden basin. Later that evening, the bowl sits between them during a quiet dinner. Without a word, their hands reach for it at the exact same time, their fingers briefly brushing as they share the salt. Building a shared life demands no flawless symmetry or grand gestures. It relies on careful shaping, a willingness to smooth out the rough edges, and a daily, joyful place in the center of the table. Rain drums a steady pattern against the window panes, changing the texture of the afternoon. Inside, Clara sits quietly, pressing her thumbs into a cool, wet mound of clay. She pinches and pulls the pliable earth, coaxing the shapeless lump into a delicate silhouette. Soon, the unmistakable form of a small, resting bird emerges in her palms. The crucial mechanical step comes next. With a slender wooden tool, she pierces a precise, tiny hole into the bird's back, creating a hollow chamber inside, before placing the figure into a warm oven to dry and harden. Hours later, Julian lifts the finished piece. The clay is now solid and cool to the touch. He brings the small bird to his lips and exhales a soft, steady stream of air. Looking at this cross-section of the clay whistle, we can see exactly how breath becomes music. As air enters the mouthpiece, it travels straight toward that carefully carved hole, where the stream splits. The pressure changes inside generate a clear musical note. This isolated mechanical reaction rapidly expands. The warm tone drifts outward, completely filling the rain-scored room. Julian lowers the bird and passes it back to Clara. She raises it to her own lips, finding a slightly different pitch. They spend the next hour trading the whistle back and forth, weaving a quiet, improvised music together. A lasting partnership functions much like the clay vessel. The structure alone is entirely silent until someone provides the breath to create harmony. It takes active effort, an ongoing willingness, and closely listening to your partner's unique notes. The day finally gives way to late evening, and the energy in the house winds down to a soft lull. In the center of a darkened living room, Iris and Luke sit close together on a heavy woven rug, illuminated only by a glowing hearth. But the fire is slowly fading. The thick logs have burned down into brittle ash, and the protective heat that once wrapped around the room is steadily slipping away into the winter night. Luke reaches out and picks up the brass fireplace tongs from their stand. The metal is heavy in his grip, its surface cool and solid against his skin. He doesn't add more wood or forcefully stir the ashes. Instead, he uses the weight of the brass to make one precise, gentle motion, shifting a single smoldering log just a fraction of an inch. That tiny movement is all it takes. By shifting the wood, Luke exposes the dark buried embers to a sudden draft of fresh oxygen, causing the dying wood to instantly react, bursting open with bright orange glowing cracks. The flames catch again, rising back up from the ashes. A deep, warm light rushes outward, restoring visibility to the shadows and chasing the chill out of the room. Feeling the sudden wave of restored heat, Iris exhales softly and leans her head against Luke's shoulder. They settle back into the safety of the hearth, physically reconnected by the warmth. Maintaining a bond over years is a process of tending to the embers. You do not always need a roaring blaze. You simply need the gentle care and understanding that small, intentional adjustments will keep the warmth alive. The afternoon sun feels warm on the grass, and a steady breeze pushes through the garden. Maya and Isaac stand by the washing line, their hands moving in a quiet rhythm as they lift heavy, wet, white sheets into the air. To keep the fabric in place, Maya reaches into a canvas bag and pulls out a single, sturdy cedar clothes peg. It is a beautifully simple object. There are no complicated gears or fragile parts. It is just two small pieces of smooth, carved wood, held together in the center by a short coil of metal spring. This diagram shows exactly how it works. You apply gentle, deliberate pressure with your fingers, pinching the top halves together. This forces the metal spring to open up, gathering physical tension. The moment you let go, that spring releases its tension, pulling the wooden jaws down to create a firm, clamping force. Suddenly, the breeze shifts into a gusting wind. The thick, white fabric whips back and forth, snapping loudly and pulling hard against the line, trying to break free. Maya and Isaac do not rush. They keep working in their quiet, steady rhythm. They trust the small wooden peg to hold the fabric secure, no matter how hard the wind pulls. This visualization shows what a strong partnership looks like. We see two connected anchors holding steady in the center, unbothered by the turbulent wind rushing past them. When the storms of life push against you, you hold on to each other with that same steady grip, gentle enough that you do not cause any damage, but firm enough to keep the one you love from flying away. The sun goes down, and we step inside to a warm, cozy kitchen. Sienna and Noah are standing side by side at the counter, dusting flour over their hands as they prepare to bake fresh bread and pizza for the evening. Waiting inside their blistering hot oven is a thick, heavy slab of unglazed clay, a baking stone absorbing the fire's heat for over an hour. When Sienna slides the cold, raw dough directly onto that intensely hot stone, it creates an immediate physical shock to the surface. This thermal cross-section maps the exact physical reaction. We see the cold mass strike the glowing red surface. Instead of shattering from the sudden temperature drop, the thick clay safely absorbs the shock, pulling that intense heat downward into its solid base. As the diagram shifts, we see the clay stone return that energy. It takes the gathered heat and spreads it upward, sending uniform warmth through the dough, allowing it to bake perfectly from the bottom up. Sienna and Noah sit quietly at the kitchen island. They watch the dough rise through the oven glass, feeling safe and nourished in their quiet home. This diagram outlines another kind of support. When a sharp, erratic spike of stress hits this solid foundation block, the block smooths it out into a calm, gentle wave. A good partner does exactly this. When one person brings sudden stress into the home, the other absorbs it. They stay solid under the pressure, spreading their calm evenly to turn a tense moment into something nourishing. Outside, the evening gives way to a late rainy night. Heavy drops slide down the dark glass of the window pane, glowing with the soft, flickering light from the living room fire inside. Julian steps toward the hearth, wrapping a thick cloth around the handle of a heavy cast-iron kettle, lifting it away from the roaring flames. He carries it over to a beautifully polished wooden table. Sitting right in the center is the kettle's destination, a small, antique brass stand. The brass stand is a sturdy little object. It rests on 4 small metal feet, carrying a surprising amount of weight for its size, while its surface remains completely cool to the touch. Julian lowers the iron vessel, and the boiling heavy kettle is set firmly down onto the unbothered brass stand, sending a thick curl of white steam up toward the ceiling. This side view diagram illustrates its crucial function. We see the intense heat radiating downward from the heavy object, but it is completely blocked by the thin barrier. The stand takes on the burden, keeping the fragile wooden table, the foundation of the room, untouched and safely cool beneath it. As the diagram transforms, we see a heavy, glowing burden being caught and safely supported by a calm, unyielding platform. When someone you love is boiling over with exhaustion, you step in to bear their heavy weight. You protect them from burning out, offering a cool, quiet place to finally rest. The room is entirely silent, except for a handmade clay lamp sitting on the table. It refuses to burn quietly. Instead, the wick sputters, flickers, and spits tiny drops of oil into the air, creating a jagged rhythm that completely shatters the calm of the evening. Nia watches it, her shoulders tight with frustration. She reaches out, pinches the wick, pulling it up, then presses it down. She adjusts the angle, hoping to force the flame into perfect, motionless silence. But the moment she pulls her hand away, the chaotic popping starts all over again. Psychologists call this behavior an externalization of our locus of control. When we feel internal anxiety, we often try to micromanage our immediate environment, demanding absolute perfection from the things around us to manufacture a feeling of security. Nia's need for a flawlessly silent room is an attempt to enforce order on her world, but the physical world rarely cooperates with our demands. This cross-section diagram of the lamp shows us why. Liquid olive oil seeps into microscopic air pockets in the porous clay. When heat from the flame expands that trapped air, it forces its way out through the oil, creating those unpredictable, tiny pops. Her partner, Leo, sees her reach for the wick a 4th time. He places his hand gently over hers, stopping the cycle of frustration. He does not offer a fix. He simply asks her to close her eyes and listen to the crackle without trying to correct it. Nia stops fighting the object. She lets her hand drop to the table and releases her rigid expectation of silence. In the absence of her resistance, the sharp, chaotic popping begins to sound like a warm, rhythmic campfire. The flaw becomes a comfort. Real love demands a similar surrender. We cannot force a partner, or a shared life, to operate in a perfectly sterile, predictable way. A relationship breathes, and because it breathes, it makes noise. Accepting a shared life means dropping the need for absolute quiet and learning to sit comfortably with the natural flickers of another human being. Across town, Isaac is staring down at the living room floor. A beautifully carved wooden toy, a treasured family heirloom belonging to his wife, Maya, has a harsh, splintered break straight across its main structural joint. He had stepped on it by accident, and the emotional weight of the mistake lands immediately. Panic sets in. Isaac wants to erase the mistake instantly. He grabs a bottle of wood glue, floods the splintered gap, and squeezes the two halves together with all his physical strength, trying to crush the broken pieces back into a single, flawless unit. But his intense effort backfires. This animated visualization shows us the mechanics of the joint under pressure. When Isaac applies immense physical force to a wet adhesive, it creates lateral slipping. The pieces slide out of alignment, and the pressure squeezes the binding agent right out of the gap. The harder he forces the repair, the weaker it becomes. Maya's father, a carpenter, walks into the room and explains the first rule of wood repair. Wood glue does not require force. It requires a very light, gentle touch. The adhesive needs room to stay inside the joint, so the microscopic molecules can properly align with the broken wood fibers. And then comes the second rule, time. The joint needs a long, completely undisturbed night of rest. A true structural bond cannot be rushed. The chemical process requires quiet hours to solidify the two pieces back together. Isaac exhales. He wipes away the excess glue, sets the pieces gently together, and steps back. He surrenders his desperate need to solve the problem right now, trusting that the quiet hours will do the work his muscles couldn't. Emotional repair follows the exact same physics. When we hurt a partner, our instinct is often to squeeze the relationship, to demand immediate forgiveness or talk the problem in circles until we feel absolved. But healing cannot be rushed by applying pressure. It requires quiet space, a gentle touch, and undisturbed time. Grace is 50 yards ahead of Thomas, marching rapidly up a dense, steep forest path. She has her eyes locked on the summit. Thomas is lingering far behind, pausing every few minutes to kneel in the dirt. With every step, Grace's internal frustration mounts. She wants to reach the peak by noon, and Thomas's stops to inspect patches of moss feel like a direct challenge to their schedule. To her, his lagging pace looks like a lack of interest in their shared goal. She finally breaks through the tree line and arrives at the peak. Panting, she drops her pack on the rock. There is nothing left to do but wait. She sits down, creating the physical and temporal space for Thomas to finally catch up. 10 minutes later, Thomas clears the trees. He walks over to where Grace is sitting, smiling, and gently opens his hands. Resting in his palms is a collection of unique, natural treasures he gathered along the trail: vibrant blue pine cones and perfectly smooth, dark river stones. Grace stares at his hands. Her intense drive to control their timeline and force a quick finish had caused her to stare directly at the dirt in front of her boots for 2 straight hours. She had been completely blind to the beauty of her surroundings. Thomas's slow pace had actually enriched their shared experience. While she was securing the destination, he was capturing the journey, bringing the beauty of the forest up to the peak for both of them to enjoy. Partners move through life at different speeds. A slower pace is not a sign of distance, and a faster pace is not a sign of impatience. When we surrender the urge to control exactly how our partner navigates the world, we create the space to discover the unique, unexpected ways they enrich the climb. "15 years into a marriage, loud arguments often fade into a quiet, polite distance. Two people learn to navigate around each other, in homes like Marianne's, speaking in logistics rather than emotions. When daily routine replaces active romantic engagement, it creates a psychological vacuum. You share a roof, a schedule, and a life, yet the space between you can feel completely hollow. Seeking a brief physical escape from this heavy silence, Marianne retreats to the attic. Tucked away in a back corner, heavily buried under years of forgotten storage, she finally finds an old cedar chest. The exterior of the box tells a clear story of neglect. Its surface is scarred, gray, and thick with dust, looking entirely worn out by time. But when she reaches down and deliberately pulls upward, the heavy lid finally gives way. Instantly, the air fills with a rich, sharp scent. Inside, the cedar hasn't aged a day. The wood is a vibrant, pristine red, completely insulated from the years of neglect outside. A long-term partnership follows a similar physical timeline. The daily grind inevitably weathers the exterior, but when you do the work to open it up, the foundational warmth often remains intact and protected just beneath the surface. Friction also takes louder forms. For Chloe and Nicholas, the air in the room is thick with the immediate heavy tension that follows a heated argument. Quiet distance has been replaced by a clash of stubbornness. Both sides have dug their heels in, refusing to yield a single inch of ground. Needing a physical outlet to channel her frustration, Chloe sits down at her wooden weaving loom. This diagram shows the mechanics of the loom, starting with the vertical threads. To create any fabric at all, these lines must be pulled completely taut, holding immense, rigid tension without giving an inch. But watch what happens with the horizontal yarn. It has to do the exact opposite. It physically bends, adapting its path to navigate through the rigid vertical gaps. It is the direct friction between that rigid tension and yielding flexibility that locks the threads in place. Together, they bind into a solid, unified piece of fabric. If the horizontal threads refuse to bend and instead try to hold the same rigid tension as the vertical ones, the structure fails. The material pulls itself apart. This balance of forces is what sustains a partnership. It requires the intuition to know when to hold a firm vertical boundary and when to soften, bend, and navigate the tension in the room. A third type of friction occurs when the struggle belongs to only one person. Joanna is navigating an overwhelming silent personal crisis, and Arthur watches her, desperate to fix it. When a partner is in emotional pain, our own discomfort makes us want to forcefully problem-solve their situation. We try to clear the obstacles away, simply so we can stop feeling helpless. Driven by this urge, Arthur steps outside into a violent winter blizzard, forcefully throwing snow to clear a physical path to Joanna's art studio. The physical exertion is entirely futile. The moment his shovel scrapes the ground, the relentless wind drives a new layer of snow right back over the path he cleared. Standing freezing in the dark, he realizes he lacks the power to overpower the environment. He cannot conquer the winter storm around him, just as he cannot conquer the emotional storm inside her. He retreats inside the cabin, setting down his shovel for a smaller, passive act. He builds a fire and quietly tends to the warmth. The attempt to dig someone out of their own struggle eventually hits this wall. True endurance means providing a warm, patient, and safe environment where they can sit while they weather their own storm. High in the open garden, a low breeze sweeps through the long grass. The sound is a quiet rustle, brushing past the heavy branches of ancient oaks. Beneath the shade of the largest tree, Oliver and Hazel sit resting on an aging wooden bench. They lean back in silence, watching the sunlight shift across the lawn. The bench itself carries a physical memory of the decades. The backrest is thick with peeling sea grain paint, flaking away to reveal gray, weathered wood underneath. But where Oliver and Hazel sit, the wood tells a different story. Deep, smooth grooves are pressed directly into the seat, polished completely bare by the thousands of evenings they have spent in this exact spot. This wood has baked in blistering August heat, drying until the timber cracked. It has swollen under the weight of heavy, driving summer rains. It has frozen stiff under layers of December snow, expanding and contracting year after year. The harsh environment has stripped away its original shine, leaving it permanently scarred. Yet beneath the battered surface,
The thick oak joints remain completely rigid. It does not sway. It holds their weight exactly as it did the afternoon it was first placed here. Endurance in love requires this kind of weathering. A lasting bond absorbs the harsh seasons, shedding its pristine finish to become a familiar, deeply worn place of absolute rest. The night air is completely still.
Beyond the steady, pulsing chirp of crickets, the deep forest is silent and swallowed in pitch-black shadow. Elena and Lucas walk side by side down an unseen dirt path, their shoulders brushing in the cold air. In Lucas's right hand hangs a small glass lantern. Inside, a single flame flickers, casting a soft, warm, amber glow against the dark glass. The light cannot pierce the dense tree line. It offers no view of the horizon, no clear picture of the distant destination, and no map of the deep woods around them. The glow extends only a few feet outward, revealing a tiny 3-foot circle of roots and dry earth directly ahead of their boots. Without hesitating, Elena slips her hand into his. They step forward into the surrounding dark, moving confidently along the invisible trail. Surrounded by the vast unknown, there is no fear. The quiet rhythm of their footsteps is grounded in absolute trust, moving in sync through the cold forest. To navigate a life together, you do not need to illuminate the entire journey. You only need to trust the person beside you, holding just enough light to take the very next step